Well, good morning everyone and welcome to day 2 of hearing 11 associated with network utilities and transport. Keith, I hope you're listening in because I'd like to prevail on you to open us with a karakia if that was okay. Perhaps he's not there.
Casey's there.
Casey, would you be able to start us if you're listening in?
Tēnā koutou.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go. Wakatakati au ki te uru, wakatakati au ki te tonga. Kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. Kia hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he hoka, he hauhu, ti hei, mauri ora.
Thank you very much, Casey. And Christine, some health and safety today.
Good morning, everybody. In the event of an emergency, please follow the instructions of the council staff. Please exit through the main entrance out the front. Once you reach the footpath, please turn to the right and walk towards Pukekura Park, congregating outside the Spark building. Just keep in mind not to block the footpath for other users. Staff will guide you to alternative route if necessary. If there's an earthquake, drop cover and hold where possible, and please remain where you are until further instructions are given. The toilets are just out here to the left, cafeteria up the stairs, and the COVID level we're at the moment, be comfortable wearing your mask. Otherwise, they also up in the cafeteria, but you can take them off in here.
Thank you very much, Christine. So just to introduce myself, I'm Stephen Daish, I'm the hearings panel chair, and helping me with this particular hearing is Commissioner David McMahon on my right. We will do appearances / introductions as normal. So again, starting with you, Julie, just to do the formal thing.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Julie Stratford, one of the hearings administration team.
Good morning, I'm Christine Brummel, and I'm also assisting the administrators for the hearings.
Thank you.
I'm James Stinner. I'm a policy advisor with EPDC, predominantly worked on the 42A report related to transport, but also submissions from the Transpower related to the National Grid.
Thank you.
Aaron Edwards from BTW, Senior Planner, assisting First Gas today.
Welcome, Aaron.
Morning all, my name is Mick Allen. I'm Technical Assurance Manager at First Gas, basically one of the engineering leadership team there.
John Hall, Sandboard, Senior Land and Planning for First Gas.
Thank you.
Nicola with First Gas in the land and planning team. I'm just here listening.
Lovely, welcome.
Morena, Gary Schofield from Powerco, Environmental Planner, just listening in. Senior decision.
Thank you, Gary. And just around the room, Keith, are you there? Making a cup of tea. Stephen, just introduce yourself there.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner Stephen Quinn. I'm appearing for Tidy Energy and Tidy Generation.
Thank you. Adam. Sounds like you've got your speaker off, Adam. Might not be there either. Hamish.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Hamish Harwood from Simpson Grierson, assisting the Council together with Mike Wakefield for these hearings.
Nice to hear your voice again, Hamish. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Jamie.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jamie Kennan. I'm the reporting planner on the network utilities topic on behalf of New Plymouth District Council, and I'm a consultant planner at Bofema School based in Auckland, so unfortunately can't be at the hearing in person.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And Casey.
Morena tātou, Casey Bellamy from Te Kotai Tango Te Atiawa Trust. I'm just listening in today.
Thank you, and doing the karakia very well. We really appreciate that, Casey. I think between you and Keith, I need some lessons about doing a karakia myself, just in case we don't have a tangata whenua person around, which happens sometimes in these hearings. So it's a promise from me. So thank you very much. Right.
Sorry, Keith has just turned his camera on.
Yes, Keith, just introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everybody. Keith Holswich, Ngāti Rahiri. I'm just here to listen to our good corporate citizens explaining what they intend to do. I'm sorry I missed the start of the introductions.
That's all right. Thank you very much, Keith. And is Adam, are you there by now?
Yeah, morena tato. Adam Dufall from Powerco. I'm just listening in this morning.
Yes, welcome, Adam. Thank you very much. All right, so first up, we do have first guest. So if you'd like to come up to the table, you're welcome to. Mr. Wood, you've provided us with a brief letter with some photographs.
Yes, just hoping to get some clarity to our background.
Yes. Would you like to take us through that as an introduction? It'd be quite good to get that up on the. Sorry, Christine, I couldn't hop again, but
so yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll share copies here. If that's...
Yes, but we also like to see it on the screen so everyone can listening in can see too. So hand those around. Yes, and have you got a copy of that?
Yeah.
Yes. So we just get them on the screen and we'll work our way through those.
You guys have got copies?
Yes.
Screen, which is I might share between myself and Alan, just as far as of what these different sites do.
Fantastic. Just while Christine organises that presentation, Liz Price, I see you've come on. You would like to just introduce yourself?
Hi, Commissioner Daish.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm just listening in today.
That's great. Nice to hear your voice again, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just while we're waiting for that, yesterday we didn't really get an opportunity to test some of these gas transmission pipeline corridor and gas transmission network issues with the 42A, which kept questioning at a very high level, and I don't know if you were listening in at all.
I was listening to it.
Yeah.
Some days.
Yeah. So I guess it's just a comment that don't assume, particularly with me, that we know everything about the network, what the difference between a corridor and a network is, the difference between a sensitive activity and a gas transmission sensitive activity. So really, it's just a plea from me to treat us as, treat me as that, because my fellow chair has a much greater knowledge of the issue. Just don't take anything for granted.
Yes, so I mean, today I've presented myself from my role within land and planning, but we've definitely brought Mick here today specifically for the utilities chapter, just so we can give a better context of what these different features are and the tests that we do in-house.
Yes.
So yes, by all means, if there's any questions, we can absolutely explain. Thank you. Okay, so on Jamie's request, we've produced an additional document just to give a little bit of clarity around our network beyond the pipelines. Much of the discussion so far has just been regarding the sensitivity of the pipeline itself and works and urban encroachment in relation to that. So I've just given a fairly simple document. If we look at the page that's up now, you can see the orange dots and description. I'm not sure if you can read that. But it's just giving you an understanding of the amount of above ground network we have within the district. And then rather than going through each of those, we've just given a description here of offtake compressor and delivery point and mainline valves, which is the main suite of above ground stuff that we have doing different functions within the network. So if we go through,
So what each orange dot is one of your above ground network facilities.
it's a feature within that network, yes, above ground. So I mean, at that view, looking at the district as a whole, it looks very, very busy. And there are, it is our busiest area for our network within the North Island. So yeah, then as I said, I've just gone through, as we move through the slides there, Christine, let's get through the next page. We've just given a few different images from aerial images with the pipework coming in to how they sit within the proposed district plan and a street view, just to give some context of what they look like within the landscape. So Mick,
Could we skip over the page, the second page, appendix 1? Sorry. There was so there were some details there that you mentioned. I think these are examples of compressor stations. What was the one on the left? I can't read the orange.
Sorry,
The Franklin Road is Franklin Road.
yeah, Franklin Road offtake, the Walco compressor station, Inglewood delivery point, and the Tariki mainline valve. So they've all got different functions within the network.
Delivery point. And the
Perhaps
main
it's
line.
useful, I can give you
Yes, just talk us through each of those.
So there's a couple of different typical types of stations above ground within a network. The first most obvious one would be the receipt point, where we actually take receipt of gas from the gas suppliers around Taranaki, Taranaki being the area where all of our gas is received from producers. Delivery points, in contrast, are basically where we supply gas to a consumer network. So the main characteristic of a receipt point that I'd like to sort of highlight is that we're going from high pressure down to distribution pressures. So the main feature to be aware of in these stations would be a number of regulator streams for cutting the pressure down, and the cooling that occurs with that pressure drop also obliges us very often to have a water bath heater or some form of heating on the station, very often gas fired. So the main distinguishing point of a delivery point is often that there's actually a fired heater that burns gas on the site, and there'll be a water bath and an exhaust associated with that. So it's a little bit more, if you were living around it, you'd be a bit more aware of that in terms of noise, and potentially it looks a bit more industrial in that regard.
That's the delivery.
Those delivery points, yeah.
So is that the Franklin Road offtake? Is that delivery?
The Franklin Road interchange is a different type.
Okay.
So our networks are cleaned regularly and inspected regularly with internal tools or PICs. And as they are launched into the system or received out of the system, we're obliged to have a vessel that will catch them. So the Franklin Road interchange is a good example of where a number of lines cross over, and those traps or receiving vessels are on site. So it's a fairly busy sort of confluence point, Franklin Road interchange. Some of them can be a lot simpler than that, but the main thing there is there's a vessel that will be opening, valves will be turning, and it's an access point in and out of the network.
To receive the pigs, yeah.
Yeah, correct. Probably the simplest form of station we've got is what we call an MLV, or a mainline valve station. These stations are basically, their function is to allow us to have a valve to isolate sections of the pipeline. Allows us to compartmentalize the pipeline in the case of an incident. So there's a lot of them, depending, the compartmentalization depends on the risk area that we're in. But they're also very small and not particularly intrusive. There might be very little above ground because those valves tend to be buried. Yes. So all you see above ground is the equipment that we use to actuate, rotate the valve, or work on the valve. And then by far, in contrast to the simpler station, the most complex station we have would be a compressor station. So either being where we step the network up in pressure from Taranaki pressures into the main high pressure network, or where we boost the pressure because of losses along the line. And these compressor stations have usually got at least 2 units for sparing, and they comprise almost exclusively, with one exception, a gas-driven engine, one of this electric drive. And that driver takes gas from our network, burns gas to basically provide motive power, and the compressor takes gas in, boosts the pressure, and puts it back out. So they tend to be very complex, well, in terms of gas plant, they're not that complex, but in terms of our network, they're reasonably complex because they've got a lot of mechanical moving parts and utilities associated with compressor drivers. So that's probably the full gambit or the full range of the types of above ground sites we have.
So lots of mainline valves, not so many compressor units.
Correct. There's probably, I don't know, half a dozen compressor sites around. Don't quote me on the number, but it's of that ilk, and there'd be hundreds of mainline valves. Delivery points, you know, a good way to think of that was we could have one, maybe two delivery points for every town. So think of it in terms of the number of population centres that the network services, and receipt points, you know, there's one for each producer almost. So again, it's much smaller.
So where I'm from, Hawke's Bay, the network gets to Hastings, that's right, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah.
So that's obviously a smaller line because the end of the transmission area, but that would have a delivery point.
Yeah, so Hastings DP will have the regulator sets, water bath heaters, but also a receiving track for the peak.
Peak, okay.
Yeah, to give you an idea of the facilities.
Yes, yes. Right, that's really useful. Thanks very much. Right, moving on.
Yeah, I think is that useful?
Oh, yeah, so these are the photos of the, okay, gotcha.
Just to give some context of what
Yes,
they look
yes,
like
yes.
in that landscape.
Yes.
Small co compressor station.
Quite significant plants, aren't they?
Yep. That one is,
Okay, that's the map. Right.
So that's Inglewood delivery point.
Okay. Because Inglewood has pipe gas around the town. Yeah.
So what you can see there, the main thing that jumps out is the water bath heater. So you'll see the exhaust stack associated with the fire heater, and you'll see the low cylinder is the water bath. Where we basically use gas. We burn gas to heat the water. There's a coil set within the water bath, and that transfers heat into the gas.
This is a
mainline valve.
Mainline. One more photo.
So pretty much all you see in a mainline valve station is the bypass piping that comes up and goes around the buried valve.
Yes.
And then the rest of it is basically the hydraulics associated with turning the actuator that actually moves the valve. So pretty much all you see is a hydraulic system and a small piece of pipe.
Yes. So these facilities aren't designated, are they? No. So you rely on the district plan for your activities. Thank you very much. Certainly, thank you, Jamie, for that, because that was a request. That's certainly the sort of thing that we really get a lot of value out of in terms of the pictures, getting it handled. So that's really good. And I think the does show us what a very busy place Taranaki is for your network. Yes. Right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. At this time, just to run through my planning documents. And my role here today is to provide to planning evidence as well as to convey First Gas's submission points in the first instance. Alan is Technical Insurance Manager for First Gas. It's provided as expert evidence, and we'll take it that both of those evidence pieces as read.
Yes.
We'll focus on the areas of disagreement. Ms. Cannon yesterday set out the issues of disagreement. We agree with those, and they were essentially concerning the setbacks that First Gas is seeking from the area. The first of those was the 20 metre setback from the pipeline corridor. First gas is seeking that this apply to all zones, largely for simplicity purposes. The second setback is the 30-metre setback from the gas transmission network. There's subtle variation in the definitions. We've got currently the pipeline corridor, which references the underground pipeline at high pressure, which is the gas transmission network definition, which First Gas is seeking. Encompasses these above ground assets that were shown in these above ground station sites. So currently they're not recognised in the proposed district plan. We're trying to get some recognition of those assets and relative risk associated with those assets. Third setback is the 60-metre setback for gas transmission sensitive activities from the gas transmission network, and that's very much focused about managing risk and evacuating people in the event of a pipeline emergency. So they're quite discrete setbacks focusing on different environmental effects. There's invariably a degree of overlap between the three, but they are slightly focused and nuanced towards different environmental effects. In addition to that, there's some consequential amendments to policies 7 and 8, and there's associated definitions. Turning to my evidence, firstly, yesterday, Commissioner Dace had a query around pipeline risk assessment. Just first wanted to bring you to paragraph 23 of my evidence, which talks to that risk assessment matter. Ms. Cannon recommended that be rejected as the permitted standard, and First Gas is considered further and agreed with Ms. Cannon's position there. So no longer proposing that a risk assessment be part of the proposed district plan. So that risk assessment is part of First Gas regular process, and invariably that would continue in the background as part of their risk management processes. So Mr. Allen was able to talk further around that process. I think it would be of value to fourth commissioners to understand the process that goes on when activities are approaching on your assets, just to get the background to that.
So happy to speak to that. So I'll speak to the issues as I understood it. So if I get off track or if I'm not answering the concerns you have, please just stop me and call me up and we'll relook. So I'll speak to the process that the engineering team face with the land team in our business around how we assess encroachments. Very often encroachments will come to us through our process that we call work adjacent pipelines. And that's very often through either our field staff who have a working relationship with the landowners, or through the land team by contact via a developer or from an organisation. The first thing we will usually do as part of that risk assessment process is look at the existing risk assessment that we have for the system. So under the suite of standards, we operate under the AS2 and AS5 standards as a subset of an allowed standard and control under pipeline regulations, pardon me. That obliges us to have an existing safety management system, which looks at all of the credible threats and a risk assessment associated with the likelihood and the consequence of those threats. That is based on our obligation under the standard to look at everything within a certain corridor around the pipeline. That corridor is defined in two ways, both of them on terms of radiation. So the standard is very consequence driven. It assumes that you might have a problem one day. It doesn't really at first enter into the probability of that, so it's consequence driven. And the way that it helps us frame the consequence is it says, if you have a leak, assume you have ignition. If you have an ignition, then what's the radiation impact on the environment around you? And there's two thresholds for that. One is an immediate fatality threshold. And then the next one is a wider threshold within which you assume that able-bodied people unimpeded could escape within a period of time that wouldn't cause a death but may cause injury. So we then look at everything that falls within those radiation contours, and that helps us frame a location class type and helps us understand the consequences of that pipeline being in that area, or conversely, the encroachment coming into that area. So the first thing we consider as part of the risk assessment process is, does it change the location class? Does it materially affect the consequences we're assumed to carry into the next phase of the risk assessment? The way the standard works is, once you have a consequence type or a location class set defined, there's a preset set of required controls. And the more onerous the location class, the more controls you're obliged to have in place. Some of them are very standard controls like surveilling, patrolling, knowing your asset being there, but some of them are what I call design controls. So at the lower level of requirement, you would have just a physical barrier being depth of cover. So that just simply the fact the pipeline is buried is accepted as a barrier or a control. As you get into more sensitive or higher consequence categories within the location class set, you're required to have more physical controls, one of which might be you must maintain or have a wall thickness on the pipeline that is such that it can be hit by most of the equipment that might be digging in this area without leading to a full bore rupture immediately. We call that resistance to penetration, or the standard does. The next thing that would be a control above that would be things like certain types of fracture control. So building into the pipeline toughness so that, again, escalation is managed. And then the final option might be that you put in physical barriers like concrete slabs. So there's layers of control. So when something first comes into our area as an encroachment, we would look, does it change the location class? Does it oblige us to have physical controls that we don't already have in place? We look for gaps, basically, against the compliance with the standard. Because of the age of our network and the fact that the network was designed predominantly to standards of the 60s and 70s, a lot of those modern controls aren't always available to us. So the first thing we would do when we get an approach is we'd look at, does it change location class? If it does, we would go further and say, should we change our controls to meet the requirements? Or is the risk demonstrably as low as reasonably practical, or so far as reasonably practicable, such that we might not need to address that gap? So a lot of our internal risk process starts with compliance against the standard. And then if we don't have that, we'll look at, should we? And if we don't think that that's necessarily strictly necessary, we would probably stop there. Otherwise, we go the next step and we'd initiate a project that should make a change. So there's levels of escalation within that process. They start at compliance, they wind up in a specific case-by-case risk assessment where we have a gap. And often we are able to go back to developers and people and say, actually, the change you're proposing represents no material change, carry on. Or we would say, the change you're proposing does represent a material change to us. However, we believe if we do X, Y, and Z, that's sufficient. The worst case scenario in terms of escalation would be, actually, we're not comfortable that we can defend this new risk to our certifying authorities or to WorkSafe or to MIMBI, and actually we need to change the pipeline controls. And that's where we would start a discussion around the impact of the encroachment versus our obligations to improve the controls.
Okay.
That's kind of it.
Yes, that's very, very useful. I do have 3 questions as you're working through that. The first one is a note that your standard has as qualifier as far as practicable or whatever the term was. Is that actually in the standard? Or is
no, so the obligation, so the language is changing from so far as reasonably practical from ALAR. That language that I'm using there comes from the pipeline regulations. So the New Zealand pipeline regulations obliges us to basically demonstrate that we're managing risk to that as far as reasonably practical type of standard or level. The regulations give us the option to use several different standards. The standards may include the ASME standards that the pipelines were originally constructed to. I think there's a DOT American standard in there, which a lot of the 80s pipelines in this district were constructed to. And then one of them is the Australian standard, which most of the modern pipelines we put in are constructed to. The trick is that of all of those standard suites, only one of them has a standard that covers integrity management in operations and maintenance phase. Most of them are design standards about how to build a pipeline. So most of the industry is tending towards the use of AS2885, even where their design standard is different, because it gives you a written set of measures to work within for the operations maintenance phase.
And do you find that standard appropriate for the purpose in terms of the risks you're dealing with?
Very much so.
Yes.
It's probably, in my experience from overseas, is probably one of the better pipeline standards, comparable or similar, I think, in level to the Canadian approach, I would say. But Yeah, it is the standard that is preferred by all of the third parties that we subsequently have to demonstrate our requirements to.
Yes.
And yeah, I guess the reason that it is preferred is because it does cover those aspects, because from our perspective, if we say we're going to use the ASME standard, it's the design standard, then we would have to invent ourselves an integrity management system. And then it's our system. And then when we go to third parties, we have to defend it as if it's things we've invented.
Yes.
Whereas using a standardized approach that's been managed with a wider industry group, it's far more defensible. So that's the reason we tend to prefer or default back to the AS2885 standard suite, although you're quite right, there are multiple options in that space.
My second question, just following on, when you use the term radiation, you're talking about heat radiation.
Yes.
So we're talking about a blast or a fire, or
no,
how does it eventuate? How does the yes.
So the blast effects we don't consider. They're highly transient. So the standard defaults to a heat radiation. So yeah, it is very much. We actually not interested in terms of consequence about how likely something is to happen. We just assume that if you have a leak for any reason, that it will immediately ignite, and then that will cause a heat sort of flux within the area around that. In reality, that might be quite directional. It might be what we call a jet fire, but you're obliged in the standard to assume it's a full radius around the leak.
Yes.
And there's a calculation basis embedded in the standard for doing that.
Certainly as a planner, I like clear standards, working with clear standards for these sorts of activities, calculated from, known practice, best practice, those sorts of things. So just understanding what the risk sort of looks like.
Yes, one thing I would clarify there, for gas service, it's very, very clear. Like I say, it's reasonably black and white because it's defined as a heat flux associated with a gas fire. For liquid service, which I've worked with previously, it's a little bit trickier because if you have a leak from a liquid line, of course, the topography of the area affects where the liquid goes.
Okay.
And your radiation contour might not be a clean corridor around the pipeline. You might be obliged to consider pooling or runoff from the area as well. So it's the cleanest approach I've seen in terms of its clear cut, but it still has its complexities.
In the liquid situation, do engineers model the likely route out of?
When I've operated petroleum or hydrocarbon liquid lines in the past, yes, that's basically where you wind up, is modelling topography and pooling.
Yes.
There are levels you can do in that. There's an assumption basis. There's a case-by-case area basis where you know you have strange topography. And then there's companies that can do basically a calculative approach for you.
Right, thank you. The third question was about your term toughness. Is that toughness in the metal makeup or?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So metallurgy, or some of the stringent requirements we put around metallurgy, has changed over the decades, and pretty much the fracture toughness or the fracture toughness control plans within AS2885 are required to demonstrate that the line material you have has sufficient toughness to resist splitting open or having what we might call running ductile fractures, or basically an escalation where you've hit the line and instead of getting a pinhole, you end up with a much larger leak. And so the toughness is around the material's performance in the case of a strike.
Yes, and that's your real speciality, isn't it?
My background is metallurgy.
Yes. Very interesting. Thank you for that. Carry on, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to each of the three setbacks in turn.
Could I ask you a question too about your first part of your evidence? Really where probably from 14 onwards, you tell us about some issues with the submission.
Yes.
Can you just give us some more information about that? Is this a scope issue in terms of your relief? You've set it out quite clearly for us.
Yes, I think there is a potential scope question here. And the intention of those paragraphs is to clearly set out circumstances and for the panel to make a determination on. But the approach I've looked at in terms of in question of scope is the overall objective of what first gas submission is trying to achieve. which ultimately is recognition of the assets and managing the effects associated with that. So with the original submission, there were points linked to certain zones within the proposed district plan. They weren't correctly identified in the original submission. So when the submission points have been subsequently coded, they've followed the submission points and coded those to those individual zones. The consequence of that is that submission points haven't been coded to fully cover First Gas's existing network.
So is that a function of an issue with the submission notice, or is it a function of the coding?
It starts with submission.
Yes. So if you go to your paragraph 15, the submission related to those 6 zones.
Yep.
And then, but there's some 9 or 10 zones which the network actually traverses. And so if I go to the back of your change version, you're seeking that that rules like Rule 41 and the new rule RX apply to all zones.
Yes.
So that's the scope issue, isn't it? Whether the submission actually sought that could reasonably ask the relief to be extended to all zones as opposed to the 5 zones that are 6 zones that are listed in paragraph 15.
Correct.
Yes. And you're saying we need to look past the specific relief to look at the intent of the submission. Is that what you're saying?
The original submission clearly sets out the network in terms of covering the district and the relevance importance of the network across not only the district but region, nationally in the North Island. I think the pointing out the zones was intended to assist in understanding First Gas's assets and where they were located. Unfortunately, there were some errors in that, and that's led us where we are.
Jamie, I wonder, have you looked at that scope issue in relation to the First Gas submission?
No, I haven't to date, but I
Okay.
can.
Yes, I think that would be useful. Just put that on the list for a right of reply. And Stevens, thank you very much for pointing that out, because that is, being upfront about that. We can deal with that if we understand the issues. Ultimately, there could be a scope issue, but we'll certainly look at that with the advice of the reporting officers. So thank you. So I interrupted you. You were going to talk about these 3 issues.
Yes, that's right. I'll move on to those setbacks. And if the panel's happy, I was thinking to discuss each of those in turn.
Just before you do, can we just dial it back a little bit?
Yep.
And I just need to get into my head the difference between the gas transmission pipeline corridor and the gas transmission network.
Yep.
You probably with that, please.
So the corridor is basically the underground pipelines, the main units of the pipelines. And the network is the pipelines as well as the above ground station sites and assets.
Okay, let me just record that.
And First Gas is seeking a new definition for the network. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
So the corridor is actually a subset of the network, is that?
That's right, yeah.
You might, okay.
Yeah.
And is the corridor fully mapped in the district plan? But those aspects of the network, the above ground facilities that sit outside the corridor are not.
That's right. Yeah.
Albeit that one of the submission points does seek the mapping of those assets, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That'll be considered in another hearing, presumably.
Presumably, yes.
Yeah, I'm just reading from your paragraph 32. You say on a related matter, it's First Gas submission point 3091 seeks to amend plan map to include above ground assets?
Yes.
And so were those above ground assets identified in the submission?
Specifically,
Yes.
they were identified in the context of the definition of the gas transmission network, which refers to all of First Gas's network to include those assets.
We're getting a little bit off topic, but just interested in exploring that. And I know you didn't prepare the submission, but how were the planning maps to be amended to show those assets? Was it through wasn't obviously through a designation, but was it through just a notation on the plan to indicate that a circle or dot, or was it a more precise delineation as per some of the indications in Mr. Woods?
Yes, that's the intention, is that these station sites, they all have fenced perimeters, and the logical mapping exercise was to take those fenced perimeter areas, for which I have GPS location, provide that to the council GIS team, and facilitate that 30-metre setback based on those fenced perimeters.
Okay.
Can, just on, I'm looking at page 7 of Mr. Wood's, which is the Mokau Police Station. The map below with the zebra print, in terms of the area, that's not on the plan at the moment. That's what you're seeking, is that right? Or is that Police Station actually on the planning map?
No, that's the planning map. That's
okay. So some of them are notated.
I believe that's the parcel rather than the perimeter.
The perimeter.
That's what I think I'm saying.
Yes, and that would be the land part, that would be the title. It's not specifically tagged to the fence perimeter as such. You can see the image above, which has come from First Gas GIS systems, demonstrates the orange boundary, which is the fence perimeter. So the 30-metre setback would be proposed from that orange line rather than the actual legal title.
Okay, so the titles of these above ground networks are shown on the planning maps.
When when preparing this image here, I'm assuming this is clicked on the title to show the title extent, to bring up the property information.
But the zebra boundary is not part of the planning maps.
No, the zebra boundary is the property title.
Title, okay. So that's just when you turn on the title.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, it's not notated black and white equals.
No, it's just, this is lot 1, DP.
Gotcha. So your request was that all of these above ground facilities are mapped and they show a 30-metre
correct
boundary.
In the Mokau example that we're looking at currently is a good example of that, using that orange line with a 30-metre perimeter around that.
But following on from Commissioner McMahon's question, there wasn't a series of maps like the top one provided with the submission. It was just a general request to have all of the facilities. And was there a plan attached with the submission? I'm thinking, how would neighbours know they had one of these, I suppose, just by local knowledge? How would they know what the request meant for them in terms of further submissions? That's sort of a...
I guess a more quality of future landowner in the absence of a clear delineation on the plan.
Yes. Yeah, it wouldn't have been obvious without diving deep into it and having an understanding of what the implications were.
So you're looking at your submission. All right, Jamie, I think again, I can certainly understand the principle, the concept, the good sense of it. Just have to be clear on the process that we have authority to take this submission through.
Yes.
We'd have to rely on the intent of the submission, whether it was obvious through those natural justice rules to any other party looking at the submission. It was obvious on the face what was required.
Yes, and I think if I could just comment, the submission does include a map that identifies the compressor station sites, but it doesn't identify the other above ground assets that we've talked about today. So my understanding of what was requested by First Gas was that the 30 metre setback would only apply to the compressor station sites that were identified in their submission.
Yes.
Okay, so clearly there's some mechanical issues there. In the absence of mapping, I guess there's potentially a reliance on the definition of gas transmission network to do the heavy lifting. And that's the term that's used in the policy and in the rules. So when Jamie, the issue then is if there's no if there's less certainty in terms of mapped assets, does the definition of gas transmission network provide enough certainty to allow someone to look at that rule and decide whether they're permitted activity or whether they need to consider as restricted discretionary activity under Rule 41 or new Rule RXX?
And these are established facilities.
Yes.
So it's really the buffer around which
Well,
is used.
the definition would include any additions too, so it wouldn't be just the established facilities. It would be, the definition would prevail for the life of the plan, and any new facilities would be captured by that definition presumably. Okay, I'm getting clearer. Sorry if it's taking a bit long, but any thought? Just going back to the corridor itself, can you just remind me what is it a even width throughout the plan? Is it a standard dimension?
It's 20 metres.
It is 20 metres.
So that's either side of the one.
Either side, yes.
From centre line.
So using that Mokau example again, is the blue line the corridor, the centre line of the corridor, or is that something completely different from the first image?
So the blue line represents the GIS trace for the centre of pipe.
Yes, okay. And is it, sorry, I should know this, but is it the centre line or the full width of the corridor that's mapped in the plan?
It's the full width. There is a pipeline annotation and there is a corridor annotation.
Yes.
The Inglewood delivery point is a good example.
Yes.
That shows both the centre line pipeline as well as that corridor.
And I guess that there's an important point hidden in there, I think, around why the 20 metres has been selected. The best information that we have will be the GIS trace, which represents the likely location of the pipeline within an area band.
Yes.
When we work on the line, or one of the things that we do when we permit activities around the line, is the first thing we'll do is go out and locate the pipe in the area of interest precisely, because there is an error margin on any GIS trace, and there's also an error margin on the data that we will have used to compile the original shapefile.
Yes.
So we have a high degree of confidence that the pipeline will always be within a 20 metre corridor, with enough margin on either side that infringing on that 20 metres will still give you a lot of confidence you can nowhere near the pipe. But the importance of having a trigger point is around us being able to precisely locate that when it matters for another party.
So you locate that survey techniques?
Yes, so we'll go into the pipeline locate, or even in some cases, we might actually physically probe to confirm the centre of that top of pipe.
Can you use geophysical means to find where the pipe is that?
Yeah, it's very, these days, it's not very often intrusive. It will be, above ground using equipment.
I should have looked at the definition of gas transmission pipeline corridor, which is a area of land within 20 metres of the centre line. So 20 metres either side, 40 metre wide corridor. Yes. And in most instances with the facilities that you talked about earlier, the compressors, the delivery points, the receipt points, would they normally be outside of that corridor?
They would typically be part in and part out.
Okay.
There are a couple where mostly part in, part out.
Yes. So I guess the point I'm talking about is that you can't rely on the corridor in totality to protect the totality of the network.
Correct.
Okay.
So that probably flows on nicely to the next, the 20 metre setback. So looking at paragraphs 28 and 29 in my evidence, set out the purpose of the 20 metre setback, and paragraph earlier essentially is to address pipeline integrity issues, health and safety risk from building structures too close to the pipeline, close proximity. Support the recommendations of Ms. Cannon, speaking that rule, except that we are seeking that applies to all zones, for simplicity purposes, as well as to capture the full extent of first gas's network. I guess noting in terms of consistency that R31 in relation to earthworks and the new land disturbance rule both reference all zones. So there's a bit of consistency in there in following that rule R31 to apply to all zones.
So can you just keep us up with the evidence? So you're talking up to what paragraph was that?
Sure, that was paragraph 29.
Okay.
So I saw that as relatively discrete issue in terms of that setback, just taking that rule to all zones throughout the district. Are there any questions on that?
Not on all zones, I mean, other than the scope issue.
So then moving next on to paragraph 30, we're looking at the 30 metres setback from the gas transmission network. Again, bring back to the gas transmission network definition, which is encompassing not only the underground pipelines, but also those above ground assets. And the intent of the 30 metre setback is additional reverse sensitivity effects from operation and maintenance activity, primarily associated with those above ground assets. Mr. Allen, Mr. Wood, we are happy to discuss any of those operational activities and get an understanding of what goes on those sites and about the frequency, if that would assist the commission.
I do have some sort of questions marked on my Michael's evidence, but I think it's more efficient just to we'll come to those after we hear from you, Mr. Edwards. Sure. Yeah.
Sure. So, turning to paragraph 37, in terms of the 30 metre setback, we're looking at the relative activity status, recommending that setback, the restricted discretionary activity status is appropriate in that situation. That pivots around the approach that First Gas is taking towards managing their assets, which is a management approach in the first instance, rather than complete avoidance of risk, first sensitivity issues. Through their pipeline risk assessment processes, managing, understanding what's occurring in proximity to their assets and managing that risk. The restricted discretionary activity, I consider to be consistent with that approach. Yes, that 30 metre setback, but a restricted discretionary activity that's applied.
And that's largely building on the rule structure that existed in 41 anyway.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, so essentially, I mean, you would only have got to a restricted discretionary activity under 41 if there was a sensitive activity within the corridor itself being proposed.
Yes.
As notified.
That's right.
Yeah. So what you're seeking now is that to be extended out to apply to any activity within 30 metres of the gas transmission network.
Yes, as well. Yes, yes.
So I mean, if we were to draw that on a whiteboard, if we had one,
yep,
and we'd have the corridor walking down, we get to a facility, it might. corridor, 40-metre wide corridor, centre line. And you come along to a facility that might be partly in and partly out. So effectively, that becomes the boundary. And we're measuring 30 metres from those points. So we're getting a 30-metre buffer zone like this until you get to the next point. Is that?
That's right.
That's the intention.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd say, follow that drawing completely, but we're getting.
Well, it's
No,
essentially,
no, look, I'm joking, that's fine.
Oh, I think that explains it.
Yes.
Hang on.
diagrams are good,
They are.
even if it's about the vibe rather than the actual detail.
I tend to think in pictures as well. So.
Yes.
Yes, so do I.
Okay, so 30 metres is the extension, again relying on the definition of gas transmission network.
Correct.
And in lieu of any MAC features at the stage.
Correct.
So can I just ask a practical plan question? You have, I understand, normally or always land agreements with the landowners?
Yes.
Yes. And would this 30-metre extension or buffer be being imposed on your landowners, do you think? Just from a practical point of view?
And so much that it increases our reach.
Increases what I call it's not it's sort of pejorative term, but what I call planning blight. So you've got buffers around something where the landowner can't do something because of another party's interests.
So we're currently holding easement.
Yes.
6 metres either side.
6 metre either side. What about around the other facilities, compressor stations, those sorts of things? Would it just be?
Great question. The easement will generally follow the station.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to qualify that.
Yes. So there is some effect on neighbouring uses with the buffer.
Yes.
Yes. But the effect is that if we accept your submissions, there'd need to be a process of consent, restricted discretionary consenting, which would flag the issue. You do your risk assessment, problem or not. Yes, so I do want to ask some questions about that issue about who does the risk assessment, who pays for it, all those sort of things.
Sure.
I've got a question about that, but
Yeah, just we raised that issue. Did I hear you say that the easement 6 metres either side of the pipeline centre line?
Yes.
That allows physical access to repair the pipe.
Yeah,
It's maintenance and repair.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it doesn't. So the actual corridor though is much wider. So it's another 14 metres.
Yes.
Yes, and then the buffer would be another whatever that is, another 30 metres.
around the above ground structure.
Yes, but the above ground structure. Yes.
To put that in context, the actual corridor, typical corridor sizes we're obliged to consider under the standard are anywhere between 700 and 200 metres. So we actually have an obligation to look even beyond that. So these are trigger boundaries, which are in some ways a practical minimum for us from a risk management perspective. We would need to look beyond that even, but this would at least give us a chance in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on from there, now looking at the 60-metre setback. It's on paragraph 41 of my evidence. Just to reiterate, the intent of that setback concerns health and safety risk in the event of pipeline integrity failure and the ability to evacuate persons within the surrounding area in event of a pipeline emergency. So the intent of the rule is to focus on those activities that involve large gatherings and or persons that may not be able to readily evacuate in the event of an emergency.
Just on the bottom of your page 11, that You've got a lovely double negative there. Not considered insufficient. That we considered sufficient. Just
Yes,
trying to
this is
understand.
Cannon's report.
You've got the 20-metre setback is not considered insufficient.
That's right. Ms. Cannon's statement there is, first guess, provided supporting evidence to justify the 20-metre setback is insufficient.
Okay.
So I'm disagreeing with, well, not necessarily disagreeing, just that we do not consider that to be insufficient as such.
I'm happy with
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't negatives do take a bit of time. I'll check myself there as well.
Can we cut to the chase on this one? So
yes.
So essentially, 30 metres setback for sensitive activities within the corridor and within the gas transmission network. 60 metres for gas sensitive. That's the difference, isn't it?
That's the difference. Yes.
Yes. And you provided a definition of gas sensitive activities.
Yes.
Quite comprehensive, about 20 items.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
There's a definition of sensitive activities in the plan already.
Yes.
I haven't done the comparison. Is there any overlap?
There is a degree of overlap. Probably the most notable is that the definition of sensitive activities refers to living activities, which invariably encompasses single family unit dwellings. The gas sensitive transmission activity definition is not trying to encompass single unit residential dwellings, because the general approach is to manage those activities with large gatherings or persons readily unable to evacuate in case of emergency. And the assumption there is that generally single household units are able to readily evacuate in the event of emergency, whereas if you've got a hospital, rest home, for example, school, it's obviously a lot more process. Yes.
So if we go to your paragraph 28, page 8, it's the list of sensitive activities in the plan as notified.
Yes.
And if we compare that to your list on page 18 of your track change version.
Yep.
There is some, I mean, one set step out, I mean, visitor accommodation is listed in both lists.
Yes.
Healthcare activities is in both lists. Community facilities is in both lists. Educational facilities is in both lists. The difference seems to be the living activities, doesn't it?
Yes.
Which
that's the main difference. Yes.
Yeah, and they're in the plan definition of sensitive activity, but not in your.
That's right. I've stepped out the living activities definition has dropped down below that, listing the different types of living activities.
Yes.
I've gone through each of those activities, and we've picked out the relevant activities that we consider are likely, for example, rest homes, which present difficulties evacuating, or create potential for large gathering.
Yes. So that's the retirement village listing, is it? You're referring to? And supported residential care. Yes.
So we in acknowledging that it is a long list, we did look at that. There were other definitions in the plan that had similarly long lists, so we took some guidance in that. But we basically stepped through relying on the proposed district plan definitions that were existing, and then picking those that would meet.
Yes.
Definition.
So for the three that I've circled, community, educational, or major health facilities that appear on both lists, the effect will be that rule NURXX will override rule NU41, won't it, for those three activities? the 60 metres will.
I don't-
by default, won't it?
I wouldn't see it as overriding, I would see it as you would have two non-compliances.
Yes.
Because they're dealing with different effects.
Okay, put it differently, the 60 metre requirement would apply to those three activities as opposed to 30 metre.
If they were within 30 metres and 60 metres, then both rules would apply.
Yes.
If they were only within 60, then only the 60 metres.
Yes.
would apply.
Perhaps I can offer some context as to the background of it as well in terms of how it affects the risk assessment, or we can cover it later.
Yes.
when it suits.
That's not an issue for me, it's more a mechanical issue for me in terms of how the plan would operate.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
And following from the last point, I guess there's some consequential policy changes to P7 and P8, which referencing those new definitions.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
I have one final mechanical one. It's about the in the absence of mapping of the facilities that sit outside the pipeline, and I acknowledge that that's part of the submission on a future plan. But in the absence of that and reliance on the definition of gas transmission network, where's the point of measurement begin? I mean, Mr. Wood talked about, with example, I think with the lockout example of the orange boundary, which is the mapped area or the fenced area of the facility, and then there's the tidal boundary. They're two different constructs. One's a cadastral boundary, one's an internal fence boundary that has no cadastral, or might share some cadastral boundaries, doesn't have a totality of cadastral. To measure compliance with the rule, or whether you actually trigger the restricted discretionary, where's the point of measurement from?
The point of measure that we're proposing is from the fence perimeter, which First Gas has coordinates for and are able to provide those.
Yeah. How does the plan tell me that? Does the rule tell me that? That's the intention, and I don't dispute that intention. But as an ordinary reader of the plan, how do I know that?
We would assume it would be a layer. The map would be shown as a 30-metre gas setback above ground.
Okay.
And the gas transmission networks, there would be a layer within the plan, and then click on the site and it would show the relevant setbacks. So there would be those 3 setbacks that would crop up.
It's not the intention of the definition of gas transmission network to assist in that exercise.
Yes, it is. It is that definition should directly link to that mapped layer in the setback from the fence perimeter.
Think about
Thank you. Thank you very much. I found your evidence incredibly well set out and clear, and really do thank you for that. Does help us a lot to have everything nicely done in terms of the 32 AA assessment as well, which we certainly have to have a look at. I do have 2 questions, just to conclude. In your paragraph 47, you discuss the process of really the setback and the risk assessment through the resource consenting process of an RDIS is triggered. The risk assessment would be completed by First Gas, is that right? Or the landowner has to come along and get a resource consent? Would that risk assessment be done by First Gas?
Wouldn't necessarily be prescribed. The matters of discretion, the notes to the rules indicate that First Gas would be identified as an affected person.
Yes.
So they would need to engage with First Gas and obtain their approval for a non-notified process. And ultimately, I guess that would be at their discretion how they manage that approval process. I would envisage that you would have routine processes that you step through and you determine the relative risk, and as a pipeline is necessary in circumstances, you go from there.
Yeah. So typically at the moment, we would do that all in-house, and it would be more or less as described. It would initially go to an engineer who would look at it and make a determination whether it had any material impact with respect to the existing risk assessment. Only if they thought it did would we actually do a further study. And then only if that further study determined that there was a material change that significantly affected the risk would we look to make a change to the pipeline infrastructure. So there's a couple of points where that process could just simply come back and say, please proceed. And they are tiered, and it's currently done internally.
Okay. So really what I'm driving at is that, do you agree that the rules you're seeking have an element of asset protection and emergency management forethought? Is that how you would, it's a combination?
That's precisely it.
Yes. And the emergency management is all about managing public safety and responsibilities of you as a service provider and a council as a regulator, thinking about hazards and other issues in its plan to get this pretty right, just to avoid future problems. That's really what we're talking about, isn't it?
Very much so.
So what I'm driving at is the restricted discretionary, if an RDI rule is signalled, someone's got to seek that. That will be the landowner wanting to do something within the buffer. I'm interested on the process of who pays. So they pay for the resource consent fees and getting the resource consent done and their own expertise. Because in a way, the reason why they have to get something like a RDI is a mixture of that public good and private asset management. That's why I asked a question about whether if an RDI came along, you talk with the applicant, and would you do the risk assessment, or would they have to engage an expert to do that? I'm looking at the end game here. So how do you see that playing out?
We would do those services. So we offer a free locate service to understand where the pipeline is.
Yes.
And we offer an assessment to manage that risk in-house.
Yes. Okay.
So we would pick up do all those things under the horizon safety.
Yes. Ms. Cannon, I think we need to think about process here. If that's the proposal, it is. I think it's a fair type of proposal, but just apportioning where these matters lie, whether the rules need to specify that, or can perhaps work on that. Certainly very happy for you to liaise further with First Gas on those sort of mechanisms, just in the rules, but I think that is quite important.
Yes, I can do that.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Those are the only questions I had for you, and again, thank you very much for the clear evidence. I do have a few questions for you, Mr. Allen. Firstly, seeing whether Commissioner Mann has any questions.
Further for Mr. Allen?
Yes.
No.
No.
I answered incorrectly. I sort of said clearly about one of your questions regarding the easement that we hold. So just to clarify, we have an easement 6 metres either side of the pipeline, and traditionally, not in all cases, but in a lot of cases, we own the station side. So we own that title and the boundaries.
Yeah. Yes. So the Mokau ones where you've got a title that
that's our side.
So look, these questions are really, I think some of them are out of interest, some of them I've asked already, but in your paragraph 12, you talk about the fact that much of the high pressure pipeline network was constructed in the late 60s, early 70s, and there has under an old standard. What are the key differences from sort of old to new approaches in terms of pipeline construction, integrity? Is there anything significant that you do now?
The logic has changed quite significantly. And I'll try and do this by way of example and stop me if I get too carried away. The previous, so the ASME standards that our pipelines would have been designed under, they require you to look at a certain offset distance either side of the pipeline, that's the fixed distance. And they will define a location class 1, 2, 3, 4. And depending on which location class you wind up in, and it's basically based more or less purely on population density, which I recall, that will point you towards a change in design factor. So it'll basically, when you do your calculations on pressure, how much wall thickness you need to hold certain pressure, you essentially derate the line using design factors that are increasingly conservative as the population density goes up. So it's a straight metric on population density versus thickness of steel, essentially, if it's an easy way to think about it, but it's based on a standard offset. The Australian standard that we work under now requires you to vary the offset based on the radiation impacts. So it reflects the fact that different lines have different impacts is the first starting point. And then the second starting point is when you get to a decision factor around what location class you're in, it's not just a straight derating on the design of the wall thickness of the pipe for the pressure. There are layers of protection you're obliged to consider. So the things I talked about before, depth of cover, resistance to penetration, that's a wall thickness sort of account that is got nothing to do with the pressure in the pipeline, but more around the likelihood that a certain type of machine will impact the pipeline. So you have to define, is it a 35-ton digger, is it a 15-ton digger, what sort of soil are you in? Are you likely to be using tiger teeth? And there's a lot of empirical thinking that goes around not just having a thickness of pipe for pressure containment, but a thickness of pipe for impact.
Yes.
And then the second thing, beyond depth of cover, resistance to penetration, if you really get into those higher location class types, you then might be required to have a second physical barrier in terms of a concrete slab, or in terms of another protection that helps you there. The things that go beyond, I think, in terms of location class for the modern standards, not just about population density within that contour, but it's now also about use type. So you have a population density starting point, what we call primary location classes, which will take you through rural residential, urban, and heavy urban. But then within that, you've got types of usage. So you might have heavy industrial, which will recognise that if your pipeline has a problem in that area, it has a further escalation potential. So, for example, in the Caperni balance area, we might have a heavy industrial classification. If there's a problem with our line, could cause an ammonia leak, which has a toxic element to it. There's other classes like crowd, where you might look at Stratford stock car racing setup, where you have large congregations. The typical one that we worry about is the sensitive location class, which schools, prisons, retirement homes. The classic one that always crops up for us is actually the standard definition includes daycares, which is very hard to track down by any education layer at the moment because they pop up completely independent of the Ministry of Education, for example. And then the thing to recognise is if you have a sensitive location class, for example, in a rural area, you treat it as if it was in a built-up area in Auckland. It doesn't matter around the degree of population density, it's the use type that governs. So we have areas in a rural area where the pipeline adjacent a rural school. We would treat that the same as running past a skyscraper somewhere in Auckland where you have hundreds of people living in it. The old standards would never force you to look at it that way.
Okay, but
now we will be obliged to. But we don't necessarily always then subsequently have to comply and avoid that risk, but the standard obliges you to assess it and make sure that you've got reasonable measures in place. So there is a recognition, and it's done deliberately so that you can apply the management and operation maintenance parts of the standard to older pipelines that weren't designed to the standard.
Gotcha.
So
yes. So the I'm interested in it's the thickness of the pipe that it's the same material, but it's just a thicker gauge of pipe pretty much as you go up the risk profile.
And the problem, of course, with that is where you get encroachment, the pipe was put in, whatever thickness it was in. So the only way to rectify that is to realign the pipe or replace the pipe.
Replace it.
So that can be quite burdensome. Yes. The other way to do it is, as I say, to provide a second physical barrier like slabbing.
Yes.
There are other ways to do it which have an impact on our network, which would be derating, actually lowering the pressure in the system. So actually stepping the boundaries of the high pressure to low pressure back. Those are things when we become aware of not just a single encroachment, but a systemic program of development in an area. If we're aware of the entire scope of developments, that's something we might consider at times. We have done that in places, but it's very much about having that awareness.
And how much does the depth of cover matter? Like, is it?
Depth of cover has changed over time, over different standards. Older standards might have required 600 millimetres or maybe 900 millimetres. Location class in the modern standard would vary, so we might be a minimum of 900, but in sensitive locations we might be as much as 1.2 metres. Typical depths on our pipeline network, to be honest, are largely very much deeper than that. We might be as deep as 2 to 4 metres in some places. Yeah, it's mostly a problem in urban areas where you see loss of cover as you see development.
Yes, and that takes me on to the question about, I think the points are well made in your evidence, and certainly those of Mr. Edwards as well, about the growing district, got an established asset, you're responding to changing land use patterns all the time. So your business is as much about land use knowledge and management control as anything. You've got technical elements, but interfacing with land use changes is a huge part of your business from what I've read.
Yeah, very much so.
And just how in section 15, you talk about external management with community and stakeholders. We had a site visit with Greymouth Petroleum 2 weeks ago, Dave, 2 or 3 weeks ago, which was very, very helpful. And they talked about the way they manage neighbours. There's full-time people working with their landowners and neighbours. I take it that's the same with First Gas as well. You have a group that's
it's unrelated.
Yeah, so you know all your landowners, your relationships with.
You have to,
most of them,
yes, well, we've got over 4,500 landowners, so I wouldn't say we know them all, but we do. We have key stakeholders, key landowners, and we do hold a relationship where we reach out to everyone within the network every year.
Yes.
And those with a higher interest, I guess, is gauged by us and within the standards we reach out to more.
Yes.
So we go to all the district and regional councils, and we go to certain schools, we go to certain key places within the network that require more attention, so to speak. But yes, we do hold a relationship with everyone to varying degrees.
So you have that key community interest both ways, in terms of.
And I guess the other thing that plays into that is our operations and maintenance structure is set up so that the people that work on our pipeline easements and on our stations, they're not all based here, Beldocker and New Plymouth, and work from here. They're all based in the regions and in the regions that they service. So there's a strong local knowledge element to that, and that structure is deliberately that way.
Yes.
For exactly the reasons we're talking about.
Yes. I did have one last question for you, Michael. Paragraph 23, talk about sort of regular planning issues that pop up, subdivision development and appropriate boundaries. Can you give us any examples locally that you could think about?
Locally? Yeah, I'm trying to think of one locally that rings a bell at the moment. Yes, on the wider network, that's a very simple question to answer, and I think those examples read across to the local.
A wider example would be fine.
So a classic example at the moment would be we have an area where the zoning has changed into a sort of a light industrial area and a mixed residential area, and then there was some heavy industrial development going on in the same space. We've had a situation where we've had an initial query to one change, and we've responded to that, looked at it, gone, actually, yes, we would like to do something, and we've gone and replaced the section of pipe in that section. 6 months later, we get another inquiry in the same area, and we're like, this is strange, but it's not as a heavy industrial area, the risk is slightly different, so we choose to recode the pipeline while we have access and put some protection over key intersections. 6 months later, we get a notification that close to one of our delivery points is a swimming pool and a rest home and a high-rise residential area would like to go in that place between. Had we known all of those things around about the same time, we would have done what we're now doing, which is actually changing the entire route of the pipeline to avoid this area because it's been heavily developed and we're getting call it dying death of 1,000 cuts. And we're actually over investing in piecemeal changes when we actually could invest in a strategic change. I guess another one, in a major urban area to the north, we have a situation similar where we've seen a hotel, a large suburban development, and then a series of suburban developments marching southwards along the same space. The first of which caused a realignment and installation of heavy wall pipe. The second of which caused us to stop and pause and think, well, are we taking the right approach here? And the third and fourth and fifth stages of those have caused us to look at a derating or a pressure change. That's having already had to march backwards, putting in some protective slabbing on the pipelines and some protective coatings. So it's, yeah, there's a little bit around understanding development plans in a wider context, but there's also a little bit around getting notification in timely manner, because some of those ones we've been called when they're starting earthworks, because the field technician is the guy who's walking the pipeline and has noticed that the work is starting. And it's gone, well, hang on, you can't do that. We need to permit that activity. And only then, from an engineering perspective, do we get a knowledge of what's going on. And then the risk assessment process is starting on the back foot. And we're trying to answer questions in such a way that it unlocks them to work, but it doesn't allow us to take a look at the bigger picture.
Okay, no, that's a great answer. Thank you.
And I think that sort of problem is, I mean, I take Zane's, Mr. Wood's approach on that, but I think that reads across fairly well to every district. So it does.
Yes.
Every growth area.
So hence your interest in just plan reviews and consenting processes.
And I guess going further than that, we're sort of trying to move towards a position where we take a similar, more standardised approach in every district as a result of that. So it's not necessarily that we'd be taking a different approach in different districts.
Yes. Thank you. That's everything I have. Any other follow-ups?
No, just to apologise to Mr. Edwards for calling him Mr. Allen earlier. So,
yeah. So, Mr. Wood, and your team, thank you very much. I think having this amount of time just to really understand these issues and get really good evidence is really appreciated. Thank you very much. We'll take a break till 11:45. Thank you.
thank you, sorry.
Right, welcome back, everyone. Mr. Quinn for Todd Energy.
Please. Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're there loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm appearing this morning on behalf of Todd Energy and Todd Generation, albeit that the submission points we'll cover this morning are primarily for Todd Energy Limited. And thank you for accommodating an appearance by Zoom. I can confirm next week when we're appearing in terms of the energy and hazardous substances matters will kind of appear in person. One of the reasons for making this request in terms of appearance by Zoom is we are now down to, in this topic, a couple of limited issues. There's general agreement with the majority of matters is covered by the officer's report. So these are kind of discrete issues. So it was reflecting that the approach taken was to try and cover these off in submissions rather than address in any great detail and evidence. And hopefully I can cover them all off competently, albeit I note Mr. Peiselman is in attendance in the hearing today. So any technical issues that arise or discussions from Todd Energy's perspective can be covered by him. I take it you've got a copy of the submissions that I've filed.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
All
Whitten.
good. The intention, just to work through those relatively quickly, was just to go through and highlight a couple of aspects rather than anyway read them out in full. If you're comfortable with that approach.
Yes, thank you.
So look, paragraph 3 summarises the two issues to cover off this morning. The first one relates to the transport provisions, and particularly the impact of that in terms of maintenance at the production station, which I've kind of labelled throughout MMPS. And so we'll go into that issue first. And then the second issue covered off relates to the network utilities provisions, and in particular the approach to decommissioned pipes and what the appropriate activity classification should be around that. At paragraph 5 of my submissions, it just focuses on the fact that it's similar to perhaps to some of the questions you had with the earlier submitter in terms of the way in which these matters are managed as part of an energy system. I suppose the network as a whole, the interconnection aspect of the essential pipe infrastructure, and perhaps some support for that in my submission in terms of the interim direction that the panel has provided already in terms of the guidance on the strategic direction chapter and the new energy strategic objective. So that just sits there in the background from a big picture perspective. So going on to that first issue in terms of the transport provisions, and what I've summarised in perhaps paragraph 7 of my submissions, we have ultimately here rules which have impacts on the way in which the MMPS plant is operated in terms of essential maintenance. And in particular, that focuses, because here we're obviously dealing with transport, on the increase in traffic numbers during those maintenance activities when they're taking place. So acknowledge this is a narrow focus, but it's an important one from a Todd Energy perspective. Ultimately, the activities we're talking about are essential operational requirements for safe operations, and we say, or we're submitting that they shouldn't be subject to a discretionary consent process. So turning to how the officers dealt with that topic in terms of the 42A report, cover that off, that relevant quote at paragraph 42. In essence, there's agreement from the officers in terms of the importance of that activity and the need to provide for that. But in essence, there's a reliance that's placed on section 10, existing use rights, as a justification, or if you like, the protection around that activity. But there's no any great detail in terms of an analysis of those rights, particularly as it relates to the production station. So the intention was to cover that off a little bit more in the submissions here in terms of how we deal with that and to justify the change being sought. So ultimately we have from the 42A report the proposition or assumption that if the site activities are lawfully established, then it's well covered off. And in response, I suppose we agree in terms of the MMPS plant that it is lawfully established and that there is an argument for existing use rights. And I suppose from a legal perspective, I'd always back myself in terms of being able to make those arguments should it be required before the council. The question is whether you should have to go down that track and have the argument in the event of a dispute versus the need to provide for that in the plan. And what we're saying here is that the changes to the plan as proposed, as we're putting forward, will essentially remove any uncertainty over that topic. So in essence, there is no need to go and have that dispute and argument over existing use rights. And over the years, I've been involved in many existing use rights arguments, and they're tricky. They're tricky arguments because it comes down to going back and looking at the history and looking at when something's lawfully established and looking at what has changed and what the pattern is over the previous years. So they're not necessarily easy things to be involved in. We also note that in a noted paragraph 13, submit that in terms of R8, there's a ambiguity needs to be clarified. We note that the 42A report, paragraphs 99 to 101, splits the permitted standards of the rule into two sections, one relating to new activities and the other to existing ones. And the recognition, however, for permitted status is not reflected correctly in the recommended amendments table, which continues to label it as restricted discretionary. And so where we get to in terms of this topic, paragraph 15, I note the ambiguity in the rule can be remedied by amending the activity status. What we're requesting is the council to remove the restricted discretionary status and replace it with permitted activity status. And at appendix 1, which is on about page 17 of these submissions, try to clearly set out what we're seeking by way of change with the changes shown in tracked version. And the focus is essentially to provide recognition and protection for existing activities as they currently exist. And what we're saying ultimately here is that there's no policy justification for a change. And what I mean by that is a change from the operative provisions. So I go on there to just to describe how this breaks down in terms of the Todd Energy facility, the MMPS, from paragraph 16. We're talking about a plant that was constructed in 83, lawfully established to operate from 1985. We've had a few variations of consent over the period of time between 06 and 2015, and that's to incorporate increased heavy traffic movements and plant additions. The consent itself does refer, or the original land use consent was granted, and it does specifically reference and acknowledge maintenance. And then we go on in terms of the consent conditions, and we've got consent condition 16, which talked about a requirement for it to be maintained in a tidy condition. So we say that's in some respects an obligation. So we say there's a consented right, that's where I get to paragraph 20, to undertake maintenance activities. And what we're talking about here in terms of maintenance operations, we've got scheduled maintenance activities. They are generally either every 1 or 2 years, and that varies a little bit in terms of both their scale and scope. And I've set out there at paragraph 22 some of the background regulations which require that to occur, in those essential maintenance activities are in fact a legal requirement for the continued plant operation. And so what happens during that period of time for maintenance is the plant needs to be shut down. And I've given it paragraph 23 a little bit more detail there in terms of the time frames, the number of vehicle movements we're talking about, your number of people on site, 150 to 200 on site at any one time. And so this would start to breach the high trip generating threshold of 200 vehicles per day. So that's why it pops up as an issue in terms of whether or not the plan provides for it. And that maintenance operation generally occurs over that period of short duration, one to 2 weeks. So it's kind of 1 to 2 weeks every 1 or 2 years.
Mr. Quinn, can I just ask you about your 24, where you're saying, and this might be, Mr. Beesman might be able to help us here, you say many maintenance activities can also decrease ongoing impacts from the site, which has an overall positive effect. Now, I'm assuming you wouldn't get normal operational traffic coming and going, and also other effects. So maybe just clarify what you mean here.
Yes, I mean, ultimately, I suppose what and it's perhaps not as clear as it should be, but the intention of that sentence is to say, well, if you appropriately maintain and do that well, then you're going to have less breakdowns and less traffic generation during the course of the period in between the shutdown maintenance time.
Yes. Okay.
A couple of examples might be if you're installing some additional process safety valves, you have a process safety improvement on site, or if there's a compressor fan, there's a better or upgraded model, you install that and some noise impact, various things like that. It's just that constant alarm improvement of the alarm while you maintain.
Okay. Now I sort of read that perhaps is because you wouldn't have so many, maybe the plant shut down, there wouldn't be noise or whatever as an effect during the maintenance period, but you're talking about planned maintenance to avoid potential effects that might pop up if you don't maintain your plant properly. That's
That's
more
right.
important, isn't it?
And some ongoing operational improvements.
Yes. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
So dealing with the current applicable framework, the operative plan provides a definition of construction work. Construction work includes, the definition includes repair and maintenance. And then we have the rules which explicitly exclude traffic associated with the construction work. And so ultimately under the operative plan, Todd Energy has been undertaking essential periodic maintenance and repair activities as permitted activities under that planning regime. And then we say there's also the ability to rely on existing use rights, which I don't have to go through any detail. The next section really just covers the basic components in terms of existing use rights. The only thing perhaps it was worth noting in that regard, well, two things. One is end of paragraph 32 by reference to the case law, there's the simple proposition that in terms of establishing the existence of existing use rights, the onus sits on the applicant. As I say, I've been involved in quite a few of them, and sometimes these things can be quite difficult in terms of the information that's available, the provision of evidence, the assessment of what the effects are, showing that they're the same or similar in character, intensity or scale with, that existed before. So the matters can become arguable, they can become contentious to the extent that there's a need to rely on existing use rights as opposed to there being a clear rule framework in the plan that provides for it. And as I said before, in essence, we're saying, well, there's the provisions as they relate to the operative plan rules. We don't actually see the need, the policy basis or the justification for a change from that in terms of the proposed plan. So
a question about the existing use rights in terms of your experience with the difficulty of establishing existing use rights, which seems just going back to all sorts of past records if you can find them.
Yes.
Was this difficult on the scale to prove existing use rights for this activity, or was it quite straightforward?
So maybe to give some flesh to the bones there, when I say I've been involved in a lot, most of those have been with acting for a local authority. So I'm coming at it from that perspective. And also in the context that obviously the Act allows for existing use certificates to be sought, where very clearly the onus is on an applicant to provide the evidential basis for an existing use certificate. Generally, there will be no difficulty in terms of the plan provisions because they're a matter of record. And not so much in terms of the evidence that you might be able to provide, particularly when an applicant's saying, here's what's occurred and here's the details of what's occurred over time, because ultimately the applicant should be in the best position to be able to establish what has occurred over time, rather than necessarily the council having that information. But the challenge often arises, particularly when you go back in time for older activities, as to when something was lawfully established and what were the rules at that time. And the reality is that frequently there just aren't the records which exist. And so frequently existing use certificates around the country have been issued on the basis of an educated guess or an assumption that in the absence of there being anything on record to the contrary, something was lawfully established. Now here I think a little bit different because I don't think we have that issue so much in terms of lawfully established because we have a consent regime. The issue that would arise here and the arguments that would arise would be in relation to the frequency of maintenance activity, in particular if instead of them being on an annual basis, if they were on every 2 years, the extent to which that runs into some issues under Section 10. And then secondly, the recollection or the memories in terms of the intensity of the activity. In other words, is the maintenance task getting bigger? Are we having more truck movements, more people, than there was 5, 10, 15 years ago? So that's where the arguments or the dispute could potentially arise in this context, I think.
And so tell me why it even arises at all if you've got a resource consent, which goes with the land and includes maintenance.
I suppose only because the extent to which the nature of the maintenance activities which say occur in 2022 were the same and exactly consistent with when the consent was granted in 1983. I suppose, in other words, does the scope of the consent, you're going back to the application and then the conditions, does the scope of the consent now fully cover exactly the same thing? And that's really the only issue that arises. But perhaps in theory, you're right, Commissioner, that your consent requirements and your existing use right argument should generally get you to the same point.
Yes.
There are two ways of getting to the same point, which is, in other words, what we are doing as a right is permitted. But both of them involve some degree of analysis. And if I'm a lawyer acting for someone else, I could say, you know, to the extent there is some degree of an analysis required, there's always an argument to be had.
Always.
And so what ultimately we're saying here is that if there is a degree of acceptance that this maintenance activity is appropriate for a plant of this significance, then why not have ultimately that reflected in the plan to avoid any prospect of overlap?
Look, using Commissioner McMahon's terminology to cut into the chase, looking on this issue, looking at your paragraphs 35 to 37, in your paragraph 36, you seem to be implying that there's an either or approach here. Either the council confirms section 10 or for the avoidance of doubt, the provisions are amended as you provide. So are you in that? Would you require an existing right certificate, whatever the terminology is, to prove the first?
Yeah, that's right. And that's why I suppose perhaps it's not worded as well as it could, but because ultimately what we're seeking, and we're acknowledging the jurisdiction of constraints that you're subject to, which is obviously you can't issue existing use certificates. Yes. Number one, we haven't sorted, and number two, you don't have delegations. Yes. But what you can do is confirm the provisions of the plan. And so ultimately what we're looking to say is we want the provisions of the plan amended in the way that was suggested in Appendix A, because we say that there's no sound policy reason to depart from that status quo as it exists in the operative plan, and that avoids any arguments about existing use rights because it's clear as day in the plan provisions themselves.
So for the record, would you like to amend paragraph 36? We could take any suggested changes on the hoof if that was okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to delete that because I think we've provided some background justification, but ultimately what we're seeking is a change to the plan.
So delete 36?
Yes, thank you. So Commissioners, I was now going to move on to the second issue in terms of network utilities, unless there was any further questions on that one.
Yes, Commissioner McMahon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Just checking you can hear me okay?
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Now there were some interesting arguments that I'm familiar with as a practitioner on section 10, having had to source through council records to find building consents to establish lawful establishment at least. And just on the two tests, firstly, that the use was lawfully established. In this instance, there's no doubt about that, is there? The 1983 consent is clear.
That's right.
Yes. And then the second test about the scale and intensity and character of the effects being the same or similar, that involves a bit more of an evaluation, doesn't it?
Well, that's right, because ultimately you would have an analysis on records as to what occurred on each given maintenance that occurred, whether it be on an annual basis or a biannual basis. So that's where some dispute could arise in relation to the exact scope of that activity.
Yes, but by the approach that you've adopted and the deletion of paragraph 16, you and your client are obviously confident that a section 10 case can be mounted, and therefore you're relying solely on changes to the provisions to enable existing activities protected by existing use rights to be a permitted activity under the Transport Rule 8.
Yes.
Yes. can I just take you to that rule itself and in your appendix 1? And the first matter is that you've identified perhaps a genuine omission by the officer in terms of not ascribing permitted activity status for those matters that comply with both in the rearranged new rule, which splits existing and new. I wonder if, through you, Mr. Chair, we could just check with Ms. Cannon that she's comfortable that that's just simply an omission or an oversight, and that she's happy with it. Was Mr.
That would be.
Oh, sorry, would be. Yes, it would be.
Look, no, so there is a typo, I suppose, in my section 42A report as it's been highlighted. So it wasn't the intention to split that into permitted rules as such. It was intended to remain as restricted discretionary. I've got a note here saying about talking about splitting it into permitted standards, but the intention was for it to remain restricted discretionary as a starting point.
Yes, but Mr. Quinn is saying that in terms of section, I'm not trying to put words into Mr. Quinn, but in terms of section 9, he's expecting to see a permitted activity rule establishing permitted activity status for those matters that comply with 1 and 2. Yes, and I guess that's the point you're making, Mr. Quinn.
That's right.
Yes, and so it's almost a consequential change to reflect the outcome that you're suggesting.
Yeah,
a mechanical change, and I just wanted to make sure before we park this matter that that you're happy with that mechanical change.
I think that makes sense in terms of, I guess, the permitted presumption and looking at section 9. Yes, it's logical.
Okay, that's good. And so, Mr. Quinn, then all I have to ask you about is just the new words that you've sought to add. And I notice you haven't used colour.
No.
I've brought out the coloured pen. And so obviously the first one is changing "dis" to permitted. And then for new activities, additional words that comply with, and deleting the word exceed. Is that you? Is that your change?
Yeah, our change is the ones that are underlining. So my understanding is everything that's underlined is the change we're proposing.
Okay. Okay, and it's particularly rule subclause 2 of the permitted activity rule that you're seeking that there be no change or variation to the existing lawfully established activity.
Yes.
And the effect of that will essentially, I'm going back to your very original point in paragraph 5, page 1, where you talked about a sort of a holistic approach to energy systems. So that will largely, for the purpose of maintenance and traffic movements associated with maintenance repair of this facility, that will largely take those transportation rules out of the equation for your client.
That's right.
Yes, okay. And that's the intent, isn't it?
That's correct. Yeah, it's reflecting that. Number one, this has been ongoing for some period of time. Number two, that that there's an argument that it's authorised anyway, but this confirms it, and that reflects where the current operative provisions stand, and so therefore no discretionary consent could arguably be required for those transportation activities.
Right. So if we go to table 1. And this is not a trick question, I just want to make sure that if we go to table 1, which is associated with trans 10, it was trans Rule 8. Is it entry 1 that would normally trip your client up? Activities in the special purpose zone, in the special purpose zone, was presume that's any special purpose zone, any?
I'll just double check it, but
yeah,
that makes sense.
And that's, I mean, the facility, the MMPS is a special purpose zone, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes, so in the absence of the changes, that would have required a 0, there would have been a 0 threshold and a resource consent would have been required.
That's right.
Yes, okay. We heard yesterday that no threshold means 0. In the sense of, you'll be familiar with the Wellington City 0 height limits on the waterfront.
Yes.
It doesn't mean there's no height limits, it means any structure need to consent.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure finally that some of the discussion we had yesterday isn't going to change your position. And we had a lot of discussion about construction works, traffic movements associated with construction works. Did you manage to listen in on any of that?
No, I wasn't available yesterday, no.
Okay, so if you go to table 1 again, item 20. Item 20 has a statement that says this includes vehicle movements association with construction work. And so that's 200 vehicle movements per day. So, you know, potentially there was a confusion, potential conflict between the preceding 19 items and item 20.
Yes.
And also there was some confusion as to whether that construction work was within the limits or was it additional to the limits. And Mr. Steiner yesterday clarified that the intention was that the vehicle movements associated with construction work would have their own 200 vehicle movement limit ascribed.
Right, and I suppose what we've endeavoured to cover off this morning is to say that 200 vehicle movement trigger may not be triggered, but there are occasions where it may be. And so that doesn't provide the full level of comfort in terms of the 200.
No, I guess my question then is what's the relationship between maintenance and repair and construction in your context?
Yes.
Are they two separate matters? Or are they interlinked?
They're interlinked in the sense of the purpose of the construction.
Okay. So the remedy that you've suggested in Appendix 1, would that deal with that potential crossover? I mean, the remedy that you've identified doesn't deal with maintenance repair per se, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No.
So any transport movements that were lawfully established, whether they're just for maintenance, repair, or construction, that are lawfully established and within the Section 10 parameters of similar effects, scale, and intensity, get the benefit of that new rule.
Well, that's right, except for the fact that there are, at the end of the day, the consent is limited by its scope. And so for most construction activities, it will trigger the need for a new consent.
Okay.
I mean, in other words, you can't just go and build something that you want and then say it's covered by the existing consent and we're okay in terms of transport. So I don't think the situation will arise unless it's what you describe as construction, which is in essence a complete rebuild of what's there before. In other words, a replacement.
Yes, okay. Now, I just wanted to test those matters because this rule will have application not only to your client, but all users of the plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on, just in terms of the second issue, the network utility provisions. And in essence, what we're talking about here is the requirement for resource consent for any decommissioned underground pipelines that are not removed within 2 years. So I deal with at paragraph 41 with just a little bit of background. I should note in terms of that paragraph, there was one change I should make. Paragraph 41 talks about medium pressure, and that should be referenced to medium scale rather than medium pressure. So Appendix 3 is a document that we've previously presented in terms of the strategic directions hearing, but in essence it's showing the network of about 140 kilometres of gas transmission pipeline that are owned and operated by Todd Energy Limited. And all of those pipelines would be defined as gas transmission pipelines, which I've set out there kind of what that means. And so what we're ultimately requesting here is that the pipeline network, which is defined as gas transmission pipelines in the proposed plan, be included within the proposed plan maps as gas transmission pipeline corridors. Then when we get to underground structures in terms of their removal, again, bit of background, we're talking about projects that can have a, just 3 to 4 plus kilometre corridor. The active earthworks therefore become quite significant at any one time. And just to give you a bit of a background in terms of frequency, paragraph 46 talks about there being at least 4 of those pipeline projects within the district within the previous 10 years. So we've got, therefore, earthworks and land disturbance activities that would be required if there was to be removal of decommissioned pipes, and clearly you need agreement that arises with the landowners, and often, frankly, landowners won't want their decommissioned pipes removed because it's going to dig up their land and require that disturbance, as well as potentially other issues that can arise in terms of land disturbance, such as whether there might be any cultural issues or archaeological issues arising from those activities. So often what we're saying...
Can I just interrupt, sorry, so I don't lose this. In your 41, you made that change to scale. What legislation is that associated with? What other legislation are you referring to there?
I'm just seeing, so the paragraph 44 of Endeavour to outline
41. Back to the 41.
Yes, and I'm just.
So this 44 is where the other
44,
legislation is. Okay, gotcha.
Right.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's the cross reference.
Yep. Sorry, I interrupted you, so just.
No problem. Well, sorry, just while you're interrupted, if you can remain, sorry, paragraph 45. Is that the subject of this hearing, or is that a future subject to a future hearing?
I think it's the future hearing. For that particular issue, it was more about giving the context to the wider network that this issue of decommissioning affects.
Yes. It's just that gas transmission pipelines are on our mind. We just heard from First Gas for the morning tea and Chairman, and their pipeline is their pipeline corridor is mapped, but their network, which includes activities that are partly within and partly outside the pipeline, are not mapped. So presumably the same situation with, well, not necessarily the same situation with your client. Is that the case?
That's right. It's a different focus, but ultimately, I suppose the same outcome in terms of recognition in the maps of the full network is what's sought.
The hearing's coming up under the planning maps hearing, Mr. Stenner, is that?
Sorry, that issue, the gas transmission pipeline. I'll defer that one to Mrs. Kennan.
So I'm not sure. This was not included in the original submissions that I considered under the network utilities topic. So I guess the question would be whether this was requested through the original submissions of Todd Energy Limited.
So either Mr. Quinn or Ms. Edwards might enlighten us.
I think without going back and looking at the submissions, my best guess will be in the planning maps hearing.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cannon.
Thank you, Commissioner. So on the issue of the decommissioned pipes and their removal or consent for to keep them in situ, we're saying often the decommissioned structures left in situ is often the preferred outcome. And so from paragraph 48 on, I just link this back to further submissions in relation to other submissions that have been made by others, and acknowledging that we have a submission from OMV in terms of the time frame and the reference to from 6 months to 2 years. But rather than that, what we are seeking in terms of paragraph 49, that rather than extension, Todd Energy would continue to submit the time frame should be deleted and replaced with that phrase or abandoned in situ if this provides better environmental outcomes. And it reflects some of the planning evidence from Greymouth Petroleum, and set out in Appendix 2, which is the proposed changes that we're seeking and supporting. So how this was dealt
Just
with.
for clarification, Mr. Quinn, is your 49 dealing with an original submission that you had? Or are you looking to extend the further submission scope on the OMV submission? I wasn't clear.
Okay. I think it's in support of a further submission, but I'd have to go back and find the exact cross-reference for you, Commissioner. If I could come back to that, but I don't have that immediately to hand.
So my obvious question is, you obviously can't extend the relief for a further submission, can you?
Correct, I accept that.
So the additional words in 49, that need to have come through in an original submission from TEL. Would that be right? You say you continue to submit. Is that based on another submission or an extension?
It's based on reliance in terms of looking at the Greymouth submission on the particular point, because we're supporting that position as presented.
All right. So were you a further submitter on the Greymouth?
Yes, we were. Yes.
Okay, that's where the link is.
That's right.
And did Greymouth seek those words you've got in 49?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. So you further submitted on Greymouth.
Yes.
That's where the scope comes.
That's right.
Thank you.
So in terms of the 42A report on the topic, we're saying that it considered allowing for the operational requirements associated with the removal of redundant infrastructure, but it did not consider the potential preference and often more sustainable outcome of leaving the infrastructure in situ. And we, going on to paragraph 43, would say that the proposed rule that's been put forward for land use consent for such abandoned pipelines would remain in place. We suggest that that's not an efficient outcome, and it's not clear what potential impacts the council is trying to manage by having a consent requirement for leaving decommissioned pipes in situ.
Mr. Quinn, sorry, I'm interrupting again. I think it's easier for us to ask questions as we go. So what is your evidence for the statement second, or the last sentence in your 52?
In terms of
lead to better environmental outcomes in many cases. So what is your evidence for that?
I mean, ultimately, what we're talking about here is what the potential impact may be. Well, put it this way: there is a choice to either seek a consent or to leave or to remove, as what's put forward at the moment. And what we're ultimately saying is, in terms of leaving the pipes in situ, rather than necessarily going through a consent process, which has quite an unusual focus to literally leave something in its status quo, we were suggesting that the plan should recognise that leaving something in its status quo is a potentially better environmental outcome. And as ultimately the evidence we're talking about here is the activity of removal and what would be required in terms of disturbance.
I think you might be misunderstanding me. Which expert, whose evidence are you relying on in terms of that submission?
Yes, so ultimately we're relying on the planning evidence from Greymouth, which is presented in terms of in support of their submission on the point.
And Ms. Carville, we're hearing about later, so you're relying on
that's right.
her planning evidence as to the differences in environmental outcomes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so paragraph 54, we say it's not certain what potential effects are that the proposed plan is attempting to manage by requiring existing below ground infrastructures to be removed or to require a consent process to remain in place. Knowing the pipelines would be decommissioned. So they're cleaned, filled with inert gas or grout under other specific legislation in terms of an approved pipeline abandonment management plan. And so that's why we say in many circumstances it's best to leave them as is, and we particularly note at paragraph 56 some of the other regulations such as New Zealand Standard 28885.3, and that's where the figure that I put at the top of page 13 comes from.
We can't read that figure.
Yes.
You might be able to read it on the screen.
I can, if it's useful, I can quickly, it's just a drop box. So it goes decision to abandon pipeline, review stakeholder requirements, above ground pipeline, yes or no, complete a sequence analysis, etc. So it's a flow chart that flows through the various steps of what would be required when assessing that in terms of abandoning a pipeline.
All right, I can only just make out those words. Could you actually provide us with a larger version we can read?
No problems, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll send that through, and then I've noted the issue, and I think it arose with some questions from the commissioners to the earlier submitter in terms of the focus here on the landowner and what impacts there the landowner, and ultimately in terms of that pipeline network, Todd Energy is in a similar position where there's often on private third-party land, and then those where the issues arise in terms of the preferences or desire of that third party regarding farming disruptions, land disturbance, and lost production. So that needs to be obviously assessed on a case-by-case basis to determine whether a particular pipeline or section of pipeline may be best to be either removed or left in situ, as the case may be. And there may be sections of the pipeline that cross underneath waterways as well, and that might be subject to regional consents as well. So there may not be a single solution that relates to the abandoned pipeline as a whole. It might need to be assessed and addressed in constituent parts. The other reference I've made there from paragraph 61, and again it relates to the submission by Greymouth Petroleum Limited in terms of Rule R19, and it talks about it being amended to allow a gauge pressure of up to 13,600 kilopascals as a permitted activity. The officer's report noted it didn't support that particular change. And I go on from there, from paragraph 64, to note that Todd Energy's understanding is that 2,000 kilopascals is a pressure trigger and regulation specifically relevant to urban areas where gas transmission pipelines feed into letdown stations. And so the majority of Todd Energy's gas transmission pipelines are within the proposed plan's rural production zone. So the risk assessment requirement for outcomes of pipeline pressures of 2,000 to 13,600 in the rural production zone, we say are very similar, and therefore we support and say that aligns with the proposed amendment put forward by Greymouth Petroleum Limited that we're supporting, and that's again set out in those changes to Appendix 2, which we submit. Those amendments sort of better reflect the difference in the degree of risk between the pipelines in the rural production and the major facilities zone and other zones, including those in the urban areas. There is another issue which I haven't covered off in submissions, but it doesn't make any change to what's sought in Appendix 2, but it's perhaps just another issue that we say supports the change as sought, which is in particular that the rule in the permitted activity standard 1 both encompass upgrading. And we say, because the definition of upgrading also refers to something which is for the purpose of safety of a network utility. So from a Todd Energy's perspective, there's very regular work on the pipeline network to maintain and improve safety of the network. And so if essential works to improve the safety is considered upgrading, which it looks to be, then this would require a discretionary consent under Rule R19 for offending the permitted standard 1. And the Todd Energy's position is that would be a perverse outcome where a consent process is required for improving a safety asset, reducing potential impacts in line with other legislation. So that's simply just another reason which we say supports the justification or the basis for the changes as sought in Appendix 2 to the submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Let's see if Commissioner McMahon's got some questions.
Yes, Mr. Quinn, a quick question on NUR2 and NUR19 using your Appendix 2.
Thank you.
So for NUR2, the main relief that you're seeking is new clause B under 3 of that rule?
Yes.
Yes, and that would provide a choice to the client as to whether they remove or leave the infrastructure in situ.
That's right.
Yes, so that's different wording from the Greymouth submission, isn't it? Which talked about, can't find it now. The paragraph was there.
Paragraph 97.
49. Sorry, 49 of your evidence are your submissions, Mr. Quinn.
Yes.
Abandoned in situ if this provides a better environmental outcomes. Now that wording has an element of discretion to it, doesn't it?
Yes, I accept that, and I'm just looking at the Greymouth evidence. And so what we've reflected in Appendix 2 comes from the Greymouth evidence, which I
Yes,
appreciate you haven't yet heard, but the evidence of Ms. Carville.
Yes, of course, you were referring in 49 to the OMV relief, I think. In your paragraph 49.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, so the words remediated, either the pipelines are removed or remediated in accordance with a standard. So that's clear, isn't it?
That's right, and so that's in page 27 of Ms. Carville's evidence.
Thank you.
So just, I'm back on 49 again and 50. So just so I get it clear, the words that you have, that Commissioner McMahon's talking about in 49, whose submission are those from?
That's from OMV's submission.
That's from OMV's?
Yes.
Okay. But you prefer the relief sought by Greymouth that you also submitted?
That's right.
That's the
okay. Okay.
So in essence, they're achieving the same thing, that worded slightly different. And what we've ultimately gone and adopted and reflected back to the commissioners is the words as used by Greymouth, being perhaps the preferred version.
Because they're more certain, don't involve any element of discretion.
That's right.
Which is a point when you're dealing with permitted activity rule.
Yes.
Okay. Move on to Rule 19 now. On the face of it, the replacement of 2,000 kilopascals with 13,600 seems a big step. Putting aside the health and safety matters, from a visual perspective, is the pipework any different? Are the structures associated with those sized facilities visually different from 2,000 kilopascal pressure?
So Mr. Peiselman might be best to answer that from a technical perspective.
Yes. putting aside any health and safety issues associated with the difference in pressure gradient, is there any obvious difference to the eye?
In terms of above ground facilities?
Yes.
I couldn't answer that one, sorry.
Okay.
So in terms of the 2000, that's generally the reticulated pressures in an urban centre. And what there is a let down facility. I think First Gas might have talked about that. And that drops the pressure from a higher pressure pipeline down to a lower pressure pipeline. So the 2000 becomes quite a relevant pressure in urban environments. So what we're saying is that a lot of the pipelines may not run to 13,000, but they're all above 2,000, between 2,000 and 5,500 now space. And those above ground facilities will look very similar to the facilities that First Gas showed today in their images. And a drop down facility from a higher pressure to a lower pressure may also look similar.
So your facilities are more transmission facilities than reticulation?
Yes, transmission. Yeah.
Okay.
Does Greymouth, I'm thinking, there's no technical evidence we've heard about those issues except that from Mr. Elam this morning. I'm not sure they covered that point. Greymouth don't have a technical.
I think Greymouth has some technical evidence as well, which may help.
Okay, well, I'm just looking through. Let's have a look. Here in Greymouth on Thursday. Yes, we do have Mr. Stevenson. Okay, we can ask him.
I guess that's a live issue, and I'm just wondering whether it's a live issue for Ms. Cannon also. She's rejected, we recommended a rejection of that submission. I guess I'm asking a question on her behalf as to, aside from any health and safety issues, what are the other effects that in allowing those sort of structures as permitted activity? So I guess you're saying we need to rely on the evidence of Greymouth to determine that.
Yes, I think I would like to understand as well what the visual effects and the actual differences in the size and scale of these structures from 2,000 kPa up to 13,000 kPa.
One follow-up. Doesn't NUR 19 just deal with pipelines rather than above ground structures, or not? Is it wider than that?
I don't know, although I do know that clause 2 requires the pipeline to be located underground.
Yes, I think there's an alternative rule for above ground ancillary structures associated with pipelines.
Can you direct us to that, Ms. Cannon?
Yes, I will just find it. So it's Rule 8, which is above ground ancillary gas transmission and distribution structures not enclosed by a building. So that those standards for maximum height and maximum building and structure height apply for those above ground structures.
Yes, so you go to NUS for those, don't you?
So the standards, so the way the plan works is that so rules 7, 8 and 9 are required to comply with those standards that are set out within the table for rule 9. So there's 3 rule headings, but all of those rules need to comply with those standards in that rule.
I see. Yeah. Gosh. Okay. Didn't appreciate that. Okay. Okay, thank you. So on that basis, I don't know, we didn't talk about this yesterday, Ms. Cannon, the effects associated with an increase in the gauge pressure for a pipeline will be really associated with underground effects, won't they? As opposed to visual above ground effects.
Yes, and yeah, I guess primarily the health and safety implications, as well as the implications of actually replacing the structure or putting the structure in the ground, so the disturbance effects. But once it's in the ground, there wouldn't be visual effects associated with it. Yeah, I think just in general, I want more of an understanding of what that actually entails, so I can make a recommendation on that rule.
Okay, well, the questions that we'll put into Greymouth will be, you know, are the earthworks effects associated with putting a 2,000 kilopascal gauge pressure pipeline in any different from a 13,600? If they're not, then it's a neutral, isn't it?
Yeah.
And are the health and safety mechanisms built in for both gauge pressures? I mean, the rules not seeking permitted activity status in any other zone other than the rural production zone or the major facility zone. It's not seeking urban zone permitted activity. Okay.
I wonder, Karen, you were still listening in, I think, for Greymouth.
I am, and I'm taking notes.
Yes, thank you. So do you think Mr. Stevenson could help us with that, those questions?
Yes, he is our pipeline manager.
Great.
So he should be able to answer most of the technical questions, but I will have him specifically prepped for these questions and answers.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Back to you. Thank you, Mr. Cannon, for that. Back to you, Mr. Quinn.
Yes.
Now, the other aspects of Rule R19 that you sort of glossed over a little bit are the changes to Rule 2 in the main body and also Clause C of that rule. Was that intentional? You've sought to delete the words "not on or within a natural water body," and you've deleted the reference to the rule in the Taranaki Regional Plan and the Freshwater Plan, which provided an alternative consenting pathway, understood.
I'm just checking again whether I'm just simply reflecting.
Yeah. It's Greymouth.
That's right.
Yeah.
In that respect, yeah, it's on again page 27 of the Greymouth evidence, and so yes, we're not covering it off. I'm just again reflecting in Appendix 2 what's meant by Greymouth there. So we're not making specific submissions on that aspect.
Okay, well, I guess the adage of being forewarned is to be forearmed, and that applies to Ms. Price and her witnesses Thursday morning. There are matters that will want to campus. That was all from me.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Thank you for your assistance. And you'll be up for the energy hearing, is that?
Yes, I'll be up for the hearing. We're on next Tuesday morning.
Yes, so Commissioner Coffin is chairing that. So you'll be in his good hands along with Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you.
All right, so we're now sort of an hour early for lunch, which is great. Yes, thank you very much. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock with submissions on behalf of Powerco. That's right. Thank you. Comments or questions or thoughts after hearing from Mr. Quinn?
Thank you. We have checked the original submission of Todd Energy, and we can confirm that their original submission did not include a request to map their network within the gas transmission pipeline corridors. So we don't think that this submission was contained within the original submission by Todd Energy. And we can look into this matter further and clarify it within our written right of reply. And we can also confirm that the request for First Gas to map their gas transmission network will be considered as part of the planning maps hearing, which will come later in the planning hearing schedule.
Yes. Okay, so just you're thinking about that scope issue for that one point. And obviously, if one of the gas transmission providers is mapped, makes sense to have the rest mapped, but whether there's any knock-on opportunities, we'll let you think about that and report back to us. Thank you for that. Right, we will have PowerCo now, please.
Presentation. I'll just put that on the screen.
So, would you take us off?
Yes, thank you. So I'm obviously Gary Scogler, PowerCo's environmental planner. Before turning to the questions of Helen Anderson from GHD, who prepared the planning evidence, I just wanted to provide a brief overview of PowerCo and the networks that we operate within New Plymouth. I think this puts a bit of context around the relief that we're seeking. So obviously we're a New Zealand-based energy company. We distribute both electricity and gas, natural gas. And if we could just look at the next slide, please. So we've got networks through the upper and central and lower North Island. And in different locations, we have some locations we just have gas networks, some locations we have just electricity networks, and in some locations we've got both. And within New Plymouth, we've obviously got both electricity and gas networks. So one of the main points I really wanted to make is how the electricity and natural gas systems operate within New Zealand. And these systems are interconnected and they comprise a few different or distinct activities. I think the upstream aspects seem to be fairly well understood at a high level. However, I think the understanding and importance of distribution networks at the distribution level is often left wanting. So if we could jump onto the next slide, please. So this is a very simplified version of the New Zealand electricity system. So I've got electricity generators on the left-hand side, the likes of Trustpower, who you would have heard from and will be hearing from, and others like Meridian, Mercury, etc. They will plug that into the Transpower transmission network, which obviously operates at a high voltage across pylons across the country. And then it passes into the distribution network, which is obviously where PowerCo sits. We take that electricity fundamentally from Transpower and we get it to every home and business that requires a point of supply within our areas. Obviously, retailers are involved in that process as well. Most people deal directly with the retailers instead of distribution companies. We can jump onto the next slide, please. And in a similar vein, this is how gas gets to you. So obviously a production and processing goes into the First Gas transmission network, which we heard from this morning, then passes through the PowerCo distribution network. And again, we're taking that from First Gas and getting it to all the homes and businesses in our area via retailers as well, who obviously send out those accounts. So to put these systems into a local context, I thought it's quite useful to look at the asset maps of the different organisations. So I've sourced a
Before you carry on, just a couple of clarifications. Do you have any generation assets yourselves?
We've got some very localised small generator sites, one in particular in Whangatarn, where we had one line in and we couldn't get a second line in fundamentally, so we've developed we've got a diesel generator and a big battery bank there, so it's our first sort of grid scale battery bank that we've deployed on our networks. And in other locations, we're looking at isolated small generators, and it's just to provide some backup in case of outages in remote sort of communities. We are building an entire new line there as just uneconomic, so just to keep the power flowing, we're potentially looking into that. But by and large, no, we just distribute electricity.
We can develop up to a certain level as.
To a certain level, it is a regulated industry, so certain levels have to get specific approvals through the various Commerce Commission.
Yes, okay. And you're not a retailer?
No,
so you can't be a retailer?
No, they've separated those. Sort of when they went through the jury guys, looked at the energy systems in New Zealand, they've sort of just split it up into component parts. So we've got generators, Transpower as the transmission operator, distributors, and then we've got the retailers. Obviously, we work close with them because invoicing for use of our networks, but we aren't a retailer in our own right.
Thank you for that.
So this is obviously New Plymouth, and I've sourced this map off the Transpower GIS system. So you'll see a few green dots up on the map there. So they're grid exit points or GXPs. No doubt Transpower will talk to this in a bit more detail when you hear from them. So they are the main points at which Transpower gets the high voltage electricity to, and we basically take supply from them at those points and we distribute them through our networks. So if we can click onto the next slide, these are our assets within New Plymouth. So the blue lines that you can hopefully pick up there are what we call our sub-transmission networks. So they're high voltage 33 kV networks.
Yes.
No customers generally connect to those. Main sort of arterial routes to get from one location to another. And that would be a substation, so one substation to another, and then we distribute it through. So all the red lines on the map there are our 11 kV network. We've got a whole bunch of networks below that, but obviously to provide an image to show you that, it's getting very, very cluttered. So we've got a vast amount more assets than I could meaningfully show you on a map.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool GIS system.
Yeah,
that stuff. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. So, and I guess with the gas distribution networks, it's very similar. So we've heard from First Gas this morning where they've got their delivery points. We take supply from them, and we get it through our network. So I thought maybe it would be useful just to quickly pop up a few images just to show what we actually do and install on our network. So this is a typical zone substation. This is actually in Papamoa. The room there has got a whole bunch of switchgear inside of it, and there's a transformer in the background there. You can see a little tank. That's a little header tank for oil from that transformer. Substations are designated, so that's not an issue in terms of the provisions we're talking about here today. From there, we go through so within that substation, we've dropped it down from sub-transmission down to distribution voltage, so 11 kV, and that's an example of an 11 kV overhead line. There's actually some conduits going down the pole, so we've got some services come down and go underground. The pole in the background also has a pole-mounted transformer mounted on it as well. If we can jump onto the next one, and these are things that you'll encounter on the roadside throughout New Plymouth. So we've got a transformer, so that takes supply in at 11 kV and reduces it down and puts it out for 230, 400 volts for local customers. The bottom left there, there's a ground mount switch or RMU. It's like a switchboard in your house, but on a big scale, and it allows us to control flows on our network. And then we've got a low voltage service box there as well. So that's often found at curbs and contain a fuse within there for supply to an actual house. So sort of the types of equipment we would typically encounter right throughout New Plymouth.
Quite often referred to as street furniture.
Correct, yes. Yes, traffic engineers like to use that term. Right, and similarly, I just wanted to illustrate some of the gas infrastructure. So this is one of our regulators stations, not systems there. And this is in Wellington on Torrey Street, puts through about 3,000 cubic metres of natural gas per hour in winter. So pumps a huge amount through. So we're taking this in at a higher pressure and we're dropping it down, and then we need to get it out onto our wider network. And if we jump onto the next slide, on the left-hand side there, we've got another pressure regulator. It's called a COCON unit. It's actually underground under that black manhole cover. Just noting there's a little vent there, and then those two cabinets are SCADA cabinets. So we've got, we can monitor and control that equipment. Then on the right-hand side there, we've got a sort of a typical customer connection that's in the Wellington CBD. So the pipe comes up the side of the building, goes into a small regulator through a meter, and then there's valves there to isolate that particular premise. Sometimes on residential houses, they can be enclosed by a small white box enclosure. So yeah, I'll just say that obviously our networks are critical to the supply of energy to New Plymouth and the surrounding areas. And it's quite important to acknowledge our assets, and they need to be located wherever a customer chooses to locate. And this means that our infrastructure will pass through a range of differing environments, including most zones and overlays. I note that we're also a lifeline utility under the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act, which just reinforces that we are very important. Looking forward, generally around distribution infrastructure, I think together with all parts of the energy system, they're going to become more critical as we shift towards greater reliance on renewable energy. And we're anticipating that, particularly on our electricity networks, we're going to need to undertake significant upgrades in the next 5 to 10 years. And that's primarily due to increased electrification demands, aspects such as process heat. So the current thinking is if they don't go for like a biomass type boiler, they're likely to need to connect up to our networks. Transpower's indicated they don't think they'll directly connect to a number of those that will come off our distribution networks, but obviously Transpower will need to ensure there's sufficient capacity in their networks to enable that supply through to those end customers. So obviously, given the scale of the networks we operate, I think it's fairly obvious why we've got an interest in the development of the district plan. Now, the photo online, I just wanted to raise a couple of matters that have arisen recently. This is actually a case in New Plymouth whereby obviously a house is under construction and we've got some scaffolding up in the front of the site there. And there's a code of practice for safe distances or electrical safe distances, often called NZECP 34. We're starting to encounter a few instances where either through housing density or yard reductions that we're getting buildings coming closer to particularly our overhead assets. And this can ultimately lead to breaches of the code, which is, I guess, fundamentally a health and safety issue, first and foremost, but obviously can mean that changes need to either occur to that building or to our network to ensure that safety is maintained. Obviously, where buildings are under a very advanced state, it's very difficult to get people to change their minds or change their plans. And it's often led to us having to alter the design. So sometimes, no, we've got a case in Tauranga where an industrial building got built and we had to do an offset. Instead of the cross arm being evenly placed, we had to offset it on one side to move it further away from that building. So I guess fundamentally it can lead to unnecessary costs either for Powerco and or landowners. And I know there's a few references within the plan for ECP 34. And I'm obviously quite keen to ensure that they are maintained. And just the last image relates to a few articles that I've found online, and this is really responding to a comment in the Section 42A report, paragraph 218, page 109, indicating that we haven't provided evidence to suggest there's a key resource management issue or risk that justifies the protection of gas distribution networks. Now, these 3 articles are actually all on the PowerCo network and are all encountered in 2021. And all of these examples were instances where contractors had been digging and had struck or hit the underground pipes. So I think it's quite clear that strikes can and do occur, and despite there being corridor access requests being sought, and obviously the outcomes of our networks getting hit can be absolutely catastrophic. I've actually managed to spoke with our gas team about some third-party damage events, and there's actually some scary numbers that I've got back. And this is in New Plymouth alone. 2019 had about 47 strikes, 2020 was 42, and this year so far there's been 34. And that's in New Plymouth alone, not our total network. And it can, we were looking earlier at the reasons for those damages, and it can be from mechanical diggers, post hole borers, people with spades getting through PE pipes, and one was a stake being driven, a waratah being driven into the ground, which punctured the pipes. So obviously we've got, and Appendix 6 to the 42A report had all our maps of our gas networks, so we're right throughout the district, and people underground is often out of sight, out of mind. So I think there is where we're trying to seek protection, there's a very good reason for that, and there was a very unfortunate incident of a cracked pipe that actually led to gas building up, and a candle was lit in the house, and it led to an explosion which put someone into a coma and burns, I think, to 30% of their body. So it can happen, thankfully not that often, but that's the type of outcome we're trying to avoid in terms of the relief we're seeking. So that's my bit. Thanks for your attention, and hopefully we've learned a little bit about our industry, distribution companies, and I'll hand it over to your question.
Yeah, I've got a few questions for you. The move to more electricity demand that you're anticipating is driven mainly by growth, or mainly by the carbon zero 2050?
Yeah,
let's get rid of.
The comments I made were in relation to the heading towards a carbon neutrality future. So it's basically businesses looking to avoid using fossil fuels to generate heat, and whether they do connect to our electricity networks or not, we're uncertain at this time. There may be other technologies deployed possibly, or as I mentioned, biomass type boilers may come on, on track. But I certainly know distribution companies are starting to field some queries from larger industrial users looking at this very issue. So I think it's
electrified boilers, yes. And the other question I have is on the other side, the signals around gas. You'll be thinking about that, and is hydrogen going to happen in the future and be transferred around in existing networks, possibly?
Yeah, quite possibly. Is it Hyringa Energy is looking at a plant which was going through a fast track consenting process. So they were looking to connect into our network possibly. So yeah, it's possible. We don't. It's not. I don't think it's quite there at the moment, but people are really starting to look into it. And I think if there's a will, there's possibly it may well happen in the future.
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, do you have any questions?
Not Mr. Schofield.
Right. Thank you, Xanthus. We'll move on to you then.
Oh, thank you. So I take it my evidence.
Yes.
What I'd like to do is just to highlight some of the key points that I've raised in the evidence.
Yes.
And I think generally, I think the submission points have been well considered by the council officer, but there are a few aspects of the recommendations that we still have some, that I have some concerns with and that our have concerns with.
Right.
So I just wanted to go through and just to highlight those.
Yeah, as you do, obviously you read out your appendix A.
Yep.
And from your evidence, I've got both of them open.
Okay.
And it'd be good if you could refer, when you make a point, where you can refer to the appendix A also. And note the colour track changes.
Yep. So appendix A, what I've presented in that appendix is a table that I guess correlates PowerCo's submission point, the council officer recommendation, and where PowerCo diverge in opinion, and where I diverge in opinion or agree with the council officer. So what I won't do is go through every single submission point. And because I think it's pretty clear where we accept the council officer's recommendation and where we don't.
And I'd like to say that you've gone the extra step there, and it's really helpful. You can imagine we're receiving hundreds and hundreds of these, and actually having that extra table you've done is super useful. So thanks for doing that. Yeah.
And you might have been here during part of the first gas presentation.
A little bit.
Yes. Also at the hot energy presentations for lunch. So both of those submitters were focusing largely on the protection of the network from reverse sensitivity and health and safety issues. You're also looking at that, but you're also looking at the provision for the network also in terms of rules enabling that policy. So it's a little bit different from this morning's exercise.
It is. And I guess it also reflects the difference in PowerCo's network, say the first gas network, and other networks like Transpower, for example.
So we might, while we're interested in protection, a lot of the issues that you're raising are common to first gas, and some of our questions might be more focused on the provision component.
So what I wanted to just sort of say at the outset was that there are a couple of submission points that were just around clarification, which weren't really, weren't I think in the council officer's report were accepted, but weren't actually reflected through in the officer's recommendations. So it was a little bit confusing when I was reading the Section 42A report and then looking at the council officer's Appendix 1. And that was in relation to Objective 2, NUO 2, where PowerCo had requested that the NUO 2.1, the functional need and operational need of the network, that's the current wording. So we were just seeking an S to go on the end of need. And that was accepted by the council officer, but wasn't actually reflected in Appendix 1. So I've just included that in my Appendix B, just to make doubly sure that that request is appropriately addressed, or just correlated.
Yes.
And the other one was NUR4. So again, this was just a clarification.
What page you evidence are you at?
Hold on. I'll just get to the right page for my evidence. So it's page 12, paragraph 4.39 of my evidence. And there I make the point that PowerCo's submission sought deletion of the end at the end of the note 1, and that the reporting officer recommended that NUR4 be retained as notified, but then Appendix 1 of the officer's report recommended amendments. And I think if you
page 8 of the officer's report.
Jamie, I wonder whether you could just help us here. Both those points that was Anderson's raised, have you got those?
Yes, so essentially I recommended that both of those points be accepted. Yeah, so I will clarify this in my written right to reply as well, but I do agree with the changes to the objective to refer to operational needs and functional needs. And then the note in terms of rule 4, I did recommend deleting, and there are additional rules in the overlay chapters that may be applicable, but I don't think this was clearly expressed in my report, so I can rectify that in my written right to reply as well.
Good, thank you.
Just for the record, you're happy with the deletion of note?
Yes. Yes. So just moving on to some of the matters that we're still a little bit concerned about. The first one is in relation to policy 4, NUP 4. And originally PowerCo's submission requested that that policy be deleted. But having read the officer's report and kind of getting a better idea of the background to that policy and the rationale for that policy, I actually think that it's appropriate to retain that policy, but I do agree with PowerCo's submission in terms of adding some clarification to that policy, and that was by adding to the policy the wording where practical and where this is technically and economically feasible, and that was adding it to NUP 4 clauses 3, 4 and 5. And the reason for that is that it enables the policy to give, to ensure that there's greater recognition given to the functional and operational requirements that actually influence the design and location of network utilities. And as illustrated by Gary's presentation, the network for PowerCo is quite extensive within the district. So NUP 4, which is a policy under the heading Managing Adverse Effects of Network Utilities. At the moment, it doesn't allow sufficient flexibility to recognise the needs of the network. And so that's the rationale behind that recommendation. I think also when you look at the NUP 4 clause 3, requiring the undergrounding of network utilities in areas of urban development. Now that's fine. Obviously, that's something that the network utility operators will try and do, but where it's practical to do so. And sometimes it's not always practical to underground network utilities, and I think that's the rationale for the submission is to give a little bit more flexibility within that policy.
Yes. So are we okay to?
I think we should deal with these one by one, so let's talk about them as we go.
So that's a policy, as you say, which has a heading of managing adverse effects of network utilities. So what I'm looking for is an outcome statement at the objective level that policy will give effect to. Can you point me to, I mean, you can what I mean, the high order documents and the purpose of the act, policies are a method for achieving objectives. Which policy, which objective would the changes to 3, 4 and 5 and P4 give effect to?
Well, I guess it's just looking at the objectives in UO2. So the adverse effects of network utilities on the environment are avoided, remedied and mitigated while recognising the functional and operational needs of those network utilities. So I would think it links back quite closely to that objective.
So the words while recognising,
yeah,
particularly item 1, in your view, create a, don't like the word, but use a qualifier of sorts.
Yes, yeah.
So the objective is tailored the outcome is tailored.
tailored to that functional need of the and functional and operational need of that network utility. And I guess that's the, in looking at policy, a policy NUP 4.3, which is saying requiring the undergrounding of network utilities in new areas of urban development. So it's quite directive, that policy.
And the words practical and technically and economically feasible, do they have a direct relationship to functional need and operational need?
I think practical probably does. Technically, probably, but maybe not economically.
So might be an engineering solution in these situations, but the cost is something that the PACO would need to take into consideration. Yes. I wonder, therefore, whether you've thought about whether the, again, I'll call it qualified just for convenience, whether it qualifies appropriate to all three sub-clauses of policy. You talked about the first one being undergrounding of services, and I imagine there might be situations where it's not practical.
Yep.
It may not be
technically feasible.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that the same with minimising or mitigating adverse effects and requiring new utilities to adopt sensitive design? Do they both of those still are they candidates in the same way that the undergrounding of services in urban developed areas are?
Probably in terms of the difference between clause 3 and clause 4. I mean, clause 3 is requiring, so that's quite directive. 4 being mitigating possibly offers a little bit more flexibility. So adding to that the wording where practical or technically or economically feasible adds a further level of, I guess, clarification, but it's possibly not as necessary as applying that wording to 3.
Yes. And 5.
And 5.
So 5 uses the word requiring.
It does use requiring to adopt sensitive design. Again, I would probably say that where it says where it is requiring, then to recognise some level of flexibility through the addition of where practical is more appropriate.
Thank you.
I've got some supplementaries on this one. Helen, these are clearly broad discretions. In terms of qualifiers, I think they're as open as any I've actually seen.
Yeah.
Would you accept that?
I think they are quite, I mean, it is policy at a policy level, and obviously they have to be considered through the consenting process and the consideration. So they are quite broad already, but I think when you're using quite directive terms such as requiring, it could have the interpretation of being of leading the council to a position of actually saying that's what's required and that's our bottom line. So I guess that's when we want to try and bring in some qualifiers to it as well.
You see that being obviously at a policy level, that's the level of discretion will be triggered by assessing particular projects that need resource consents. Is that the word feasible Feasible versus viable. What's the, where do you sit on that?
There is a difference between.
There is a big difference.
Yeah, between feasible
Yes.
and viable.
Yes.
And we're not suggesting the word viable.
Just trying to get a sense of, ultimately who decide, who makes this call? Is that initially, if you made an application on behalf of PowerCo, you'd be looking at all these issues and coming up with alternatives assessment, thinking, well, in this circumstance,
for this reason,
solution for this reason.
this is the appropriate solution for that particular location.
Just to jump in there, is policy in NUP4, is it a plan making policy or is it a consent policy? Do you understand what I mean by that?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the plan making policy is policy that's setting up the framework of the plan, as opposed to
I
a
think
policy.
this is, well, my reading of it is it's probably more of a consent policy. I mean, it's requiring the controlling of height, bulk and location. It's quite specific as a policy.
But to give effect to that policy, the council can come up with rules that permit or don't permit.
That's correct.
Yes. Sorry, I just.
Good discussion. I think certainly, and we'll be listening, but I think we're doing this sort of approach with all of the planners on these technical questions. It's more of a
I think it is really important to get some terminology correct. So it's good to have that discussion.
Yes.
I don't want to jump ahead too much, but presumably you're going to get on to the some of the matters of discretion on consenting. So I'll jump to that already, but I note, well, I guess one of the questions I put to the reporting officer, and one of the submitters is whether if there are key qualifiers used, whether they're better placed policy frameworks or whether they're used in matters of discretion where they have direct application. So maybe we can just have a think about that, and when we get on to the matter of discretion, we can deal with that there.
So just carry on to the next.
Yeah, so the next policy was NUP 7. So the reporting officer, so a number of amendments that PowerCo was seeking to NUP 7, and again, it's more of a, I guess it's a clarification to recognise PowerCo's network, and so we're requesting that in NUP 7 the addition of gas distribution be added as well. So I guess the reason is that gas transmission and gas distribution are quite different things. So the reporting officer didn't support that submission, and just wanted to continue with that request that be included in that policy.
Can you see any harm in including it
Personally, no.
as a planner or as? Okay.
This is a reverse sensitivity policy, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and the other aspect was to remove the word new. So at the moment, it's requiring new sets of activities, earthworks and buildings. So this is under the overlying title of managing adverse effects on network utilities. So PowerCo's submission is to remove the word new, so that it just reads as require sensitive activities, earthworks and buildings to be appropriately located. and to also add gas distribution along with the gas transmission pipelines that are already referenced in that policy. So that the request, the submission from PowerCo was rejected by the council officer.
Just looking at your appendix B in UP7 on page 34, do you mean to redline the word new?
Yes, and that's actually an error in sorry. Yeah, so at the bottom of appendix B, page 34, I inadvertently missed out, crossing out the word new.
Yes.
There, so that should have been crossed out and read.
Thank you.
I have a question there, Samson. How would that policy be given effect to improve with the deletion of the word new?
That's a good question.
The deletion of the word new sort of implies new and existing. So is the intention to have the policy apply to existing sensitive activities also? Because
the
if it
intention
is
is that it applies to all sensitive activities. Yes. Yeah, existing. Yes, and if you remove new, it would apply to existing.
Yes. How would the plan deal with an existing sensitive activity that is not appropriately located in setback gas distribution pipelines? Can't retrospectively.
No, you can't. You can't retrospectively control an existing activity that's been established. I guess you could control any additions to that existing activity.
Right.
So then it's an issue of interpretation of what's new.
Yes.
Is it new and being completely greenfield new, or is it new in terms of an addition to an existing sensitive activity? So, yeah, I guess
Could use another
that's the
adjective like
interpretation.
sure, new or upgraded existing or new and
Some sort of other qualifier there would probably be useful.
And my question, I'm always trying to find out what the intention is, and quite often, well, not often, sometimes the delivery is different from the intention.
That's
But
right.
in this case, you're through the policy, you're seeking to capture additions to existing and new activities.
Yes. Yeah, and I guess the initial thinking through this mission was we'll just delete new, and it just captures everything. That's an easy fix, but yes, it could have unintended consequences of actually capturing existing activities which are lawfully established, and if they're there, that's the reality.
they might have review conditions on them and
Yeah.
yes. All right, so that again, that's quite a good discussion. We'll see what Ms. Cannon has to say, who I reply on that, but that clarifies things a bit. Thank you.
Actually the next policy NUP8, the submission point by PowerCo was similar to NUP7 around the wording ensure new as well, so we touched on there.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't think we need to go any further there, but I do support policy P8, particularly in the fact that it does reference to NZ ECP, and I think obviously compliance with those standards is pretty important from PowerCo's perspective.
But you're seeking the deletion of the when necessary qualifier. Didn't want to ask you about that because it's a matter that we thought about in the strategic directions chapter. And our thinking at the moment, subject to further evidence and discussion, is that there's IE2, which relates to very sensitivity around utility and energy infrastructure facilities. We've gone with an avoid there, and we did have a discussion with Ms. Cannon yesterday about, she thinks it should be a bit more nuanced than that.
Right.
We will minimise and avoid, and we're going to come back to us on that. But
Okay.
just your thinking about looking away at the tree in terms of the strategic objectives. Have you thought about that at all?
I guess it's, yeah, I mean, we've requested that when necessary be deleted, and I guess that terminology allows a reasonable amount of discretion.
The word minimise, I think, does include some discretion too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I guess it's a question of how directive can you make that policy and still achieve the intent of that policy.
That does relate up to the strategic directions objective as well, which is where we're certainly interested in, as we said in that 9 when we issued that. It's certainly, it's not necessarily the last word in terms of the strategic directions. So we're always asking for input, but if you haven't thought about that so much, it might be a bit difficult for you to give us an
Yeah, I
answer.
mean, it's not something that I've really focused on through this evidence.
Right, thank you.
If I could just ask a question on that, again, I'm looking for the objective framework for that policy, and I presume it's in 03 in this instance of it. Talks about
incompatible
activities, yes. I mean, it's reasonably directive, that objective, isn't it? It's an outcome statement. It's not constrained. Does not occur. I can't recall, Sue, what we did, what the precise wording of the strategic objective was.
It was the reverse sensitivity effects on the utilities infrastructure are avoided. Yes, so it's a straight avoid.
Right.
Okay.
So that's
That's
very
what I'm
different.
asking that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Certainly Ms. Cannon's got a view on that. Jamie, did you want to make any comments further on that issue?
I don't think so. I guess just as we discussed yesterday, the policy 8 currently is inconsistent with what objective the new strategic objective would be trying to achieve. But as I said yesterday, for some network utilities, I personally don't think there's a resource management issue that requires an avoid directive for reverse sensitivity effects. So I think in some cases, the issue needs to be made clear what the reverse sensitivity issue is to have those directive policies in place. And at the moment, I'm not convinced that there is a clear resource management issue that warrants a more directive policy in terms of policy 8, but obviously open to further discussion on this matter.
Okay, so that's the issue's alive, and we'll hear back, Jamie, from you in your right reply. But that's the topic I was seeking some feedback on. Having some flexibility around the avoid requirement in that strategic directions objective.
And I think looking at the role of NU03 that sits between the strategic objective and the policy is, I think, is important in a wiring sense. So they all speak to each other.
Yeah, I mean, the example that Gary presented with the house being built and obviously the existing asset, overhead asset, electricity asset of Powerco that was being encroached on by possibly a permitted building development is a clear example of where the requirements of NZECP were being compromised.
Yes.
And then it's that question of who's responsible for that? Is it Powerco as the asset owner who then has to respond to an encroachment into their effectively their airspace that is theoretically protected by that requirement, or is it the landowner? As Gary said, it gets to be a very interesting discussion with the landowner who probably doesn't want to change their building plans.
No.
Very
So
much.
she reduce the scaffolding, but the scaffolding would have rules around height as well. So you come into this impossible position and ends up being on quite an expensive basis having to move your line, which is hopeless. Yeah.
It's interesting though, the New Zealand standard exists. So is this the difference between the approach in the operative district plan and the proposed plan? Standard is presumably the standard is the fallback measure, is it?
The standard itself is a regulation made under the Electricity Act, so it's you're obliged to comply with it.
Yes.
But
regardless of what's in a district plan.
Correct. But nobody, well, not nobody, but very few people actually know the standard exists.
Yes.
And so trying to ensure that it's pulled into other documents is quite important for us to increase that awareness of it.
Yes. So it's not referenced at all on the OEDP?
It may be on I can't recall, to be honest. I think it may be.
I think it is, but it's not, because there's no separate network utilities chapter.
That's home-based.
It's hard to find. You probably have to do a search of the document.
No, it's under the zone rules, possibly.
Yes.
So I guess this is a good, good approach to take through referencing that in the policy, because it then just highlights it a lot more easily for people using the plan to understand that there are actually other regulations that they have to.
Yes, I'll add a policy of only where there's consent required. Yes, because at least there's a rule triggering and some consideration of that policy. And it won't become known.
That is true. It is true, but that's when I guess you need to make sure that the specific zone rules also talk to other parts of the plan.
Yes, well, in this case, I think Jamie's mentioned that the zone rules are intentionally not captured or not dealt with. You either deal with, go to the network utility chapter or an overlay or any other district-wide rules such as subdivision or transportation.
Yeah.
The zone rules don't play a part.
All right.
All right, so we move on.
Yeah, we should move on.
I'm probably taking a bit longer than one.
No, look, I
Over 10
think,
minutes, is that-
no, look, we find it important, particularly these drafting issues, to get the best benefit of the expert planners and experts. So just carry on.
Yep,
We'll-
okay.
I think we're heading down for an hour and a half.
You'd ask for that.
We might take an hour and a half. We're going, but,
Still got 40 minutes.
So the next point is actually moving to the rules. So NUR1, NUR2. So in this let's just turn to the so these two rules relate to the R1 operation, maintenance, repair, removal of above and underground network utilities. And R2 is relates to underground network utilities and upgrading of those underground utilities. And the reporting officers recommended a change to the time frame of 6 months to 2 years, which Powerco, well, I support that, just in terms of providing additional 6 months is a very short period of time.
Yes.
So I support that approach, but part of Powerco's original submission was to wasn't to request a change in time, it was actually to request in addition
with practical.
Yeah, was to add some additional clarification to that clause.
Helen, we have a submission and some evidence from Ms. Carville for Greymouth Petroleum, supported by Todd Energy and Todd, the other company, Todd Energy and the name, Mr. Quinn talked about that this morning. We gave another proposal for this about your word practical. It's the same issue, but different relief. So you might not be aware of that. I wonder, could we look at Ms. Carville's, find her evidence on behalf of Greymouth Petroleum and bring it up on the screen? I think it's quite important to correlate to what you're asking for with what's being asked by those two other parties. We'll just wait until Christine finds it. It's paragraph 97.
I've got a copy in front of me.
Okay. Well, I think we should just wait until we're coming up, so it's easier to. So Ms. Carville for Greymouth Petroleum is a planning expert.
Oh, okay.
So she'll be on the website. Fair, sorry.
That's okay. No, I'm interested to see what the relief is seeking.
Christine's an expert of this. We catch her out. Put her under a bit of pressure. Yeah, so when you get it on the screen, page 16, paragraph 97. Uh, 16. There's some red text. There it is. And we'll go blast a bit. Okay, so this is a relief. Want to read that?
So it's clause 3, that's the key. Clause 2 is a bit of a straw man, just to set up for non-gas facilities. So it's a combination of 1 and 3. there with the 2 years in one and the choice in 3 of either removing
Or
or
remediating.
Yes.
And there's a standard that they refer to.
Standards. Okay, so I need to
That's just-
clarify what. Yeah, sorry, from my perspective, just the clause B, what's actually involved in that remediation. And I'm not familiar with that standard, so I'd need to check in with our team to see if it would apply or not.
Well, we're happy for you to have a look at that and just give us a note back, Helen, in terms of just any further thoughts you have on this. That would be fine. It's just an alternative way of expressing, and I think that standard is all about grouting or doing something with pipelines that you're not
Filling them.
filling up or concrete or grouting or something. I think we did have some evidence about what that might mean, but have a look at that because it's another way of getting the cap that's been offered by a couple of the other utility operators.
Yes, one of them was Greenmouth, which this one is. The other one was OMV, and that sort a rule or a provision standard that wasn't as certain as clause 3. It talked about undergrounding where that leads to a better environmental outcome, or leaving the infrastructure on the ground where it leads.
But just to be clear, where Ms. Cannon's not supportive of this, we're open-minded, of course, and we are going to talk with an expert, Greymouth Petroleum expert tomorrow, just to get some more information about this technique. So if you wanted to come online, or on Thursday, I think, then Greymouth present just to close the gap, and certainly happy, Helen, to if you want to provide anything else to us with any thoughts of a supplementary statement, that would be fine.
Well, it's just my observation, really, just looking at that. I mean, certainly the change to clause 1 to reference above ground is probably quite a good thing, because I mean, it's, I guess from PowerCo's perspective, it was really the below ground structure, and you can, again, refer back to Gary's presentation, the extent of PowerCo's network, it's like a spider's web through the district. And if there was a requirement that all of, at some point in time, some of that infrastructure became redundant, and who knows with changes to climate change and gasification, not the not the fun, and that infrastructure then became redundant. The requirement to then actually, the way the rule is, these two rules require you to actually apply for a consent, albeit as a restricted discretionary activity, to retain the infrastructure. And it kind of seems a bit.
Well, to be honest, I'm still undecided about this. I'm going to ask you a question next about the effects. So we can probably move off this and come back to your evidence. So I did have, I'll ask the question now. So at your 4.31, just on page 9 and over the page to 10, you say, in my opinion, requiring a resource consent to leave infrastructure in situ results in costs and adds a consenting burden that is not necessary. So I wanted to ask you about, okay, I understand the costs. Certainly would like to understand the order of costs that might be involved. Not for you, but you might, if you look at that on a per kilometre basis, but just to understand for us, because we're looking at this right across the whole district.
So in terms of the
cost to
remove
and remediate, I suppose. Yes. So and that might be based on a certain diameter of a pipe or something like that. But just some, I'm going to ask Greymouth this as well, so just some idea of the order of costs. But also, what are the effects of leaving things that spring to mind are pipes in the ground, corrosion, contaminated land that become hail sites. You know, just I'm aware that old gasworks and facilities were a problem, but you know, is there, we don't have any evidence on those matters, just opinion evidence from planners, but Gary, and yeah, it will be quite helpful to understand perhaps some of the practical effects issues with leaving in ground. And on the other side, we understand there's digging up and soil disturbance and earthworks and hassles for landowners. So it would be useful if you could just give us a bit more information about, you know, the effects of in situ remediation versus removal. That would help us a lot, I think, on this issue. Thank you. Right, do you have any other questions on this one, David?
No.
Okay. So I think it's R3 where.
R3,
yes.
So in your R3 relates to upgrading of above ground utilities, and there's clause 3, which is a clause that requesting a change to the percentage. So at the moment, the clause is suggesting a requirement of no more than, if you're more than 15%, you wouldn't comply with that requirement and move into a restricted discretionary consenting requirement. PowerCo's submission is that the 15% be increased to 30% or an overall height of 25 metres, whichever is lesser. I guess what I've tried to do in evidence is just to give an example at paragraph 4.3.5 of you know, what that might actually mean as a practical example of a pole which is 8 metres, replacement of an existing 8 metre pole with an 11 metre pole, which I understand from Gary that something that can happen.
I was going to ask about that. Is 11 metres standard size? Is it
probably the most common size that we require for our overhead networks? So generally speaking,
that's the new standard.
Generally, what we are rolling out on our networks.
And these are concrete poles with a.
Yeah, so pre-stressed poles. Yeah, so they have a wedge at the bottom.
Yes,
and taper over up to the top.
So an 11 metre pole is your new standard
for the vast majority of our installations. It'll depend if we're going to replace an existing pole on an existing line route.
Yes.
So obviously, if we're putting a taller one and the conductors aren't long enough, you're not going to get that. But
yes.
If we're doing a whole replacement, we might go through the whole line section and move from the other size pole up to the 11 is typically what's used. And there's obviously variations, of course, depending on topography and other clearance issues that we need to get around or over.
Yes. So I think that's quite important information when we think about this percentage change, because obviously the line's already there, you're upgrading to a modern pole standard that you're using. Yes, the other issue, again, I think Jamie will think about this and he'll write a reply, but the other issue is that obviously you're giving some visual expertise here to us. Conran, about how you feel about that.
Oh, it's not my area of expertise, visual assessments. But I mean, I guess I'm just looking at it from a, well, as per that example, that I've given an 8-metre pole with a 15%, with 15% gives you an increase to 9.2 metres. So probably there's a, I guess the purpose of the rule is to protect amenity. But it's also to enable an asset to be provided as well. And I guess the position for us is that 15% was a little bit too restrictive in terms of the an upgrading of a utility.
But just on the same note, you're looking at potentially 50% on structures, and again, giving evidence to us that that would be indiscernible change with no adverse visual amenity effects. That's a big call, isn't it?
Well, I think again it comes down to what the existing structure is, and an existing structure that's quite big anyway. Probably may not be able to tell the difference.
Yes, that's fine. I think it's an issue that we're going to have
it's a little bit
to think about. We don't have any evidence on there. I know landscape architects do quite a lot of wind farm work, and you know, an extra ½ metre on the end of a blade seems to be a big deal sometimes. So yes, we don't have evidence on this issue. Just some observations from you about the
yeah. I guess I've just
extent of
looked
the
at it,
change.
yeah, as a practical scenario of this is the size of your structure. If a 30% increase in a cabinet, so I've got in paragraph 437 or 3.7, would be an increase of 30 millimetres.
Yes, yes.
Wide. So it's quite indiscernible. I would,
yes,
even not being a landscape
yes.
architect, I would have thought that's pretty.
I was more thinking about the structural building. So if we're looking at a building that was a substation or something, but maybe this doesn't relate to buildings. Not sure. But anyway, I think those are the questions I have, and you've answered them. David, anything else on NU?
Yes, from a planning perspective, I'm always conscious of what's best practice. Have we looked at other district plans, second generation plans that have dealt with permitted increases in existing structures from an upgrade point of view? I mean, where does the 30% and the 50% derive from? If you
No, I haven't. I haven't done that analysis. Would be interesting, something interesting to do. Yeah, see whether there's some commonality in this approach across other regions.
I also provide some commentary with the assist or not, of course, with the expert being examined, but certainly it seems to be fraught with challenges with the upgrading rules, and certainly in Thames Coromandel second generation plan, where in outstanding natural features we were allowed a 1 metre upgrade or height increase of existing structures. So we had a project going through there where we had up to 10 metres, so we automatically triggered from straight into a non-compliant activity. But I think having absolute measurements or percentage increases they both have their challenges. As soon as you specify one, the new standard might come out and you're automatically going to exceed those. I guess with the percentage increase, obviously it relates to the initial structure. So if you've got a low initial structure, getting your 15 or 30% is, you know, it's not that big, but if you've got a really big initial structure, then that 30% could add quite a significant extra height to a structure. Get what I'm saying? So it's that initial height that really matters with your percentages. So a small structure, 30% increase, you may not, notice what the change is, but on a really large wind turbine, for instance, if that increased 30%, that would be very significant. So there seems to be I could do some analysis through some district plans to see what they're doing with those minor upgrade rules. But
could you do that for us? Because I think certainly, Jamie, I think that would be helpful, wouldn't it?
Definitely. I also just wanted to highlight that Rule 3, Clause 3B allows the height to go up to the maximum height for the underlying zone. So the way that the clause is worded allows a replacement pole, tower, or telecommunications pole to either not exceed the height of the existing pole by more than 15% or the maximum structure height for the underlying zone set out in Standard 1. So that does allow a height up to 15 metres in the residential zone and then a taller height for the other zones. So I just wanted to highlight that to make sure everyone was aware.
Yes, and that's whichever is the greater, isn't it? By default.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Had you appreciated that, that was the situation? Because on that basis, you're actually going to get more than your 30%, aren't you? Your residential zone at 15 metres.
Is residential 15 or is it 8?
It's 15 metres in Standard 1, which is right down the bottom of the chapter.
What about the rural production zone?
The rural production zone is, just give me a moment. Uh, 25 metres in the rural zones or 30 metres. This applies to telecommunications facilities where there are 2 or more users of the same pole.
That's
So it's in
telecommunication.
S1, isn't it?
Yeah, S1. Yeah. So in my view, those are relatively permissive standards.
As I said, we're happy for you to reflect on that and just come back to us within a reasonable timeframe with any other thoughts that would help the process. Thank you. Dealt with NU4, haven't we?
Yes, yes, we have. I note there was a error in NUR3 clause 8 in my appendix B. Shows page 37. Oh, page 38, actually. In the note that's in red, I've put there in, it says note, replacement, realigned and relocated poles, towers. Telecommunication poles are not required to comply with NUS2. Now that should be NUS1. Sorry, so just put it in there. The next point was in relation to NUR8, and it's to do with the actual wording of the title of the rule. And what we're seeking there is, again, a bit of a clarification point to include the words lines and after distribution. So that's on page 38 of my appendix B.
Yes.
And I know in the officer's report that amendment wasn't accepted because it was considered that lines are a structure, so we're implicitly covered in the rule. So what I've got there on page 12 of my evidence at paragraph 4.43 is the definition of structure from the proposed plan, which has the same meaning as in section 2 of the RMA, which is any building, equipment, device or other facility made by people, and which is fixed to land and includes any raft. So I guess the point that I'm making is that I still don't consider that it's clear that that rule includes lines, and that's why we're requesting that that be added to that title.
See both sides of, yeah, again, I'm in the position of what is the harm of adding it if it clarifies.
Yeah, I guess that's my position.
Particularly if that was the intent.
Yes, if that was the intent, which I think it is, if you're saying lines are structures, is there any harm in actually adding that to that title of the rule?
I was intrigued, as an aside, that something which is fixed to land includes any raft. Just thinking about.
Like the RMA.
So normally rafts, I guess, are tied up before you can launch off, and them aren't fixed to land, but there you go.
Moving on to NUR 7, R8 and R9. So this is in relation to the clause 3 for those rules, so for those 3 rules. So this, it's in relation to the matters of discretion. 3B. And what we're requesting there is, so the requirement at the moment is a matter of discretion is whether the use of landscape and or recessive colours and finishes can assist to mitigate any adverse effects. And what we're requesting there is to add where practical, coming back to that conversation we had earlier.
Obviously.
And the reason behind that request is that sometimes it's not appropriate to put in landscaping or to have a recessive colour. So the request is to add that additional wording so that there's a bit more flexibility or recognised flexibility in that matter of discretion.
Can you give us some examples that sometimes, in terms of heat management of facilities, you're not wanting to paint recessive colours? And I don't know what recessive colours are. Are they darker colours or they beige? Cameron, do you have an idea what a recessive colour covers?
Yeah, it's essentially a colour that blends into the landscape a bit more. So yeah, your kind of neutral types of colours, including greys and things that aren't reflective. And generally they're used to mitigate visual effects.
So not bright white
No, no orange power poles or anything like that.
It always intrigues me how these, getting back to wind farms, are all white, stand out. But I think there's landscape architects' reasons why they are.
Well, that's acceptable.
Anyway, I think again, that's something that the officer hasn't gone with, but just your examples do help somewhat, I think.
I could give you one example, near Coralline, near the tavern there. We installed a new 110 kV line and were required by the condition of the designation to paint a few of the poles in a green colour. And from one angle or perspective, yep, looks great, blends in. From another, it actually makes it stand out, in my view, a lot more. So it can be useful, provided you've got the right angle looking towards it. I guess it also raises an issue. We've got 30,000 Ks of lines and cables on our network, and from a maintenance perspective, ensuring that these paint colours are kept up to date. And if they're not a standard colour for us, it's I guess from a general operational viewpoint, it could be a bit more problematic. We're leaving ourselves, setting ourselves up to fail by not meeting those requirements in the future, potentially. But, more often than not, we're able to use our standard colours on our substation sites, which are our main buildings that are painted. The rest are just left natural.
But that colour, that example you gave us looked pretty discreet. The one that
the
substation
and substation. Yeah. So that's typically what we do for a Switchroom building.
That would comply with. Yeah, I wonder, Helen, whether there's already an element of pretty broad discretion and ability to, just by the way that discretion is worded, whether the use of landscaping and or accessories can assist to mitigate any adverse effects. But there's already quite a lot of scope there to not be caught out. Yeah,
there is certainly that the current wording gives quite a degree of discretion. And where practical, just adds a little bit more consideration to the, I guess, the practical implications of adding landscaping or use of recessive colours to mitigate adverse, particularly adverse visual effects.
I certainly get your point about trees being the enemy for companies like yourselves.
Trees are not good with network utilities.
Overhead or underground.
No,
so contact over the heat conductors and interfere with underground services.
All right, so I think we've understand your position there. Any questions on that one?
No, that was precisely the question that I was going to raise about the discretion in clause B already. But I guess it raises an issue for me, and I touched on it earlier about if there are to be qualifiers, whether they're best placed in the matters of discretion or in the policy. And if there is some discretion already in the matter of discretion, does that signal that there should be some in the policy? So I guess that's just an issue for Ms. Cannon to consider in her right of reply.
All right, carry on.
So in relation to rules R13, R18 and R22, again, it's a similar position to rules R7, R8 and R9 in relation to clause, well, different numbered clauses, but to do with amenity values and that particular clause around whether the use of landscaping and or recessive colours can assist to mitigate adverse effects. So I think R18 has that at clause matter of discretion 4B. 22 has a similar matter of discretion at clause 3B. And so stepping back to that, R13 again has a similar matter of discretion at clause 4B. So it's the same position. It's common, obviously it's a common matter of discretion across a number of different rules, network utility rules.
Okay, yes.
Rule R19. So PowerCo's, the submission was that standard so R19 clause 4, the submission is that the request is that that clause be deleted. So this is to do with structures no longer required. Be removed. I note that the reporting officer has recommended a change from 6 months to 2 years, which is obviously consistent with the earlier approach. In rules R1 and R2. So I guess the first position is to continue, is to request that that clause be deleted, but I have in my evidence at paragraph 4.56 that if you accept that that clause be retained in the 2 years be the time frame in which infrastructure that's no longer required to be removed, request that there be an addition of where practical to that clause. And I guess this comes back to the discussion we had earlier.
It's the same.
Cardwell's
yes.
evidence and the suggestions there around maybe there is another way to frame that clause up that
is more tighter.
Yeah, a bit tighter.
Yes.
And
you still have the same. Yes.
Yeah, it has the same intention, but allows the network utility operator to retain the infrastructure and search through another process or processes was suggested. But again, not knowing what that standard actually, the implications.
You are going to check on that for us and come back to us. But in your 4.55 line 3, talk about industry standard practice. I wonder what that source was. Again, it comes back to us needing to understand the reasons, costs, technical issues, which I think you're going to come back to us on. So it's a continuation of that same topic, I think. Yes.
So I think if we can bottom out, provide you with some information on what that actually means, then that will enable you to get consistency across your chapter.
It certainly enable Ms. Cannon to have some more information to base her reply on too, which will be helpful. Thank you. There's one more in there, which is
one more. Yep. So this standard one, this one. this relates to the maximum height, maximum structure height of poles, towers, etc. So the request is to so under S1 residential zones 15 metres and future urban is currently 15 metres. The request is that future urban have a 25 metre maximum height. This request has been hasn't been accepted by the reporting officer on the basis that it is future urban and it may in future go to say a residential zone. But I guess the point I'm making is that it could also go to a number of other, be changed to a number of other different zones as well, including industrial or commercial zone. So the request from going from 15 metres, which is the residential, to 25 metres is really just to provide a great degree of flexibility within a future urban zone.
Because it could have industrial or commercial activity.
That's correct.
Yes. And you wouldn't be building higher poles if you didn't need to, on the basis that
that's just a cost
issue. So why do you go to 25, or why do you need extra height in industrial? Because they have higher structures?
It would depend on the clearances required from buildings and structures. So yeah, obviously the taller you go, the more separation you can vertically get. One, I didn't comment earlier around ECP 34 was just minimum distances, and from an 11 kV network you need to be about 5 vertical metres away from the conductors. So depending on the operating voltage of the line, if it was higher, those gaps, separation distances get larger. So.
Yes, just one sentence. And does the future urban zone rely on an interim zone until it's determined? I mean, do the rules reference any other zone?
Actually, I'm not sure how that works.
The reason why I asked that is I thought I'd heard day one of the hearing, say day one, hearing stream one, that they might have referenced the rural zone, which is an interim zoning, which would maybe align with the 25 metres that you're suggesting, if that is the case. But I wondered, Ms. Cannon might be able to report back on that as part of your right of reply.
Yeah, I think I can probably answer that now. So the way the standard is worded, the future urban zone is listed. The maximum height for the future urban zone is set in that standard, and it's the same as the residential zone, so that's 15 metres. So that would be the maximum height allowed in the future urban zone. It wouldn't default to the rural zone maximum height.
Yes, I understand that, Ms. Cannon, that wasn't my question. My question was the way that the future urban zone is set up in the zone rules. Does it use an interim zoning such as the rural zone?
I think so, yes, but I will need to go in and check that. It's been a while since I touched base with those provisions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, is there anything else you wanted to cover?
That addresses all of the submission points and my evidence that were kind of in contention.
Yes. Yes. So there are a lot of some of the issues raised have already been accepted, obviously. So we're just dealing with the matter still at large. Thank you very much for your written evidence and for Gary, both you and Hannah coming along, because I think these sort of discussions, they are quite technical. After lunch, it's not always easy, but I found the discussion very, very helpful. And I think you'll come back to us with those few questions you've noted. What would be an appropriate timeframe for you, just noting that Jamie will have a 2-week right of reply from the end of Thursday, so that next week.
We'll aim for early next week.
Yes, okay, so if you just
A week from today.
week from today would be fine. So we'll look out for that. And certainly when it comes in, the hearing administrators will make sure that staff and we get to see that there's online, go online as an extra supplementary. That will be very useful. Thank you for your assistance.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Right on time too, 1.5 hours plus 10 minutes. Which is what it says in front of me.
Only got 10 minutes from Ms Johnson though, so it'll be pretty quick. But before we get there, we've got Megan, I see you online there. Hello.
Just
Yeah. Commissioner McMahon's whispering in my ear, and I'm saying, well, let's cover those matters later on. So welcome, Ms. Barr. So you are appearing for the oil companies today?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, members of the hearing panel, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to my evidence this afternoon. I've prepared evidence in chief, and I understand that's to be taken as read, but I would be pleased to answer any questions you have in relation to it. My presentation today addresses network utilities provisions NUP7 and NUR19, and transport provisions TRAN P16, TRAN P17, TRAN R8, and TRAN Table 1. Annexure 1 of my presentation sets out the specific relief I seek in relation to these provisions. For the avoidance of any doubt, any reference I make in this presentation is to the network utilities and transport provisions of the PNPDP as proposed in the Section 42A report. My presentation also responds to several amendments sought in the hearing evidence of other submitters. I have provided an electronic version of this presentation to Christine for your reference. In terms of the oil company's key interests in New Plymouth, the key operational terminal in New Plymouth is the BP Oil New Zealand Limited Terminal at Omata, which is operated by New Zealand Oil Services Limited. Fuel is primarily transported to the port by wharf lines on the Newton King Wharf. Pipelines in turn transport fuel to the terminals. These pipelines are predominantly underground. Bunkering is available via pipeline at a number of berths at the port. In addition to the terminals, the oil companies own, operate and or supply a number of service stations, truck stops and commercial refuelling facilities within the New Plymouth district. My evidence focuses on key matters relevant to these activities and in particular addresses those issues that may inappropriately restrict or limit the oil company's existing and future operations. Turning to network utilities and starting with Rule NUR19, I note that this has been discussed in the evidence immediately preceding mine and from the sounds of things, some evidence given this morning as well. Basically, we were looking to amend NUR19 so that there was the flexibility to provide for redundant underground pipelines to be retained in situ and remediated rather than removed. Again, as per Ms. Anderson's evidence, the extension from a 6-month removal period to 2 years is a good one, but for the oil companies, it would be preferable to have the ability to retain the redundant infrastructure in situ where that is a better and more practical outcome. We sought an amendment to limit clause 4 of NUR 19 to above ground structures. And it was considered that this amendment would help avoid incentivizing removal via a permitted pathway when retention in situ may lead to better environmental outcomes, particularly so in the case of lineal underground infrastructure. Experts for both Greymouth Petroleum Limited and Powerco Limited have sought similar relief and evidence. I agree with the conclusions of Jennifer Carville on behalf of Greymouth Petroleum Limited that A, in many scenarios, the overall level of adverse effects on the environment of remediation and leaving in situ will be less than the environmental effects of removal, and B, the potential effects associated with remediation and leaving in situ are comprehensively addressed through compliance with NZS AS 2885. Therefore, further regulation of this activity through the district plan is not necessary and would be inefficient. I believe the amendment to condition 4 of NUR 19 and the addition of new condition 5 as proposed by Greymouth Petroleum Limited would achieve the same outcome as the amendment that I have proposed, and possibly even a better outcome in that it is more defined in terms of the relief sought. I note that Keith Holswich, in evidence for Ngāti Rahiri Hapu, has explained with regard to condition 4 of NUR 19 that at times it may be more culturally and environmentally appropriate to leave such utilities in place. I agree with this statement. I also note that Maria Hokopaura, in evidence for Te Kahui o Taranaki Iwi Trust, proposes that the activity status of NUR 19 be changed from permitted to controlled. I do not agree with or support the proposed change to the activity status of NUR 19 because there is no clear effects-based evidence for a change in activity status. I consider that changing the activity status of NUR 19 to controlled would be unduly restrictive and would result in an additional consent requirement without any clear justification.
Ms. Barker, hold there on this issue.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you heard my questions of Ms. Johnson around what the effects balance is between retaining and removing.
Yes.
Including the costs, which is an effect, I think, that you should be thinking about. Have you yourself turned your mind, because we don't really have any evidence on this matter other than lawyers and planners saying what you're saying, that in some circumstances leaving them on the ground might be better, but have you turned your mind yourself to what the balance of effects, what issues you're dealing with in situ versus removal?
Yes, so we have to some extent, I have to some extent. I don't know about the cost, and the economic impact was not one that we had considered in depth. I know, speaking for the oil companies, a lot of the pipelines either run within the road corridor or within close proximity to the road corridor. So in terms of what we were looking to avoid, it was more the disruption of the construction effects. So you would be looking to access and remove some of these pipelines. You would be looking at disturbing either the road itself or the footpath. You're possibly looking at temporary road closures or at least one lane closure. So you're looking at traffic management, and then you've got significant earthworks. And I know that with the oil companies' terminal business being focused between the port and Omata, there are a number of sites of significance in that area. So there are some situations I can certainly foresee where the amount of environmental disturbance to retrieve a redundant pipeline would far outweigh the standard industry practice of cleaning, flushing, making inert, and then filling or grouting to prevent any ongoing soil stability issues.
So when you talk about filling, is this filling with water or?
No. So it is, as you discussed earlier, it's grout or cement, something that effectively neutralizes and stabilizes it so that in future, if the pipe itself deteriorates, there's no risk of it caving in and that any subsidence above it from the soil sitting above it.
And over a long time, presumably that pipe would just degrade and rust or whatever it does, and depending on the soil type and the water table and.
Yeah, so there'd be a number of factors there. I think the first part of the process in terms of flushing and making inert is the important part for decontaminating whatever's been through the pipeline. But then the rest of the degradation over time that you're discussing would depend on the makeup of the particular pipe.
Yes, okay. Thank you, that's helpful. Just carry on, I think you're at the end of page, paragraph 13.
Okay, great. So the other thing I proposed in my evidence was a new note to be added to NUR 19 to clarify that liquid petroleum includes petrol and diesel. This came about because we sought through our submission clarification about whether NUR 19 applied to liquid petroleum products wider than liquid petroleum gas or LPG. The reporting planner provided that clarification that the rule was intended to apply to the types of petroleum products conveyed by the oil companies. And so just for the sake of future interpretation and implementation, I feel it would be really good to state this very clearly within the body of the rule in terms of the note, so that it prevents anybody having interpretation and implementation issues in the future and makes it clear that liquid petroleum and diesel, gas, etc., are covered by this rule. If they weren't, it would default to NUR 2, which I know has similar problems in terms of the requirement to remove fully within 2 years. For the oil companies, NUR 19 provides a permitted activity pathway subject to conditions for the operation, maintenance, repair, replacement, upgrading of liquid petroleum pipelines. This pathway is important to the oil companies' operations.
Thank you.
Turning now to NUP 7, as outlined in my evidence in chief, I propose amendments to NUP 7 to make the policy relate to liquid petroleum pipelines as well as gas transmission pipelines. I believe these amendments will assist with the management of risk associated with potential encroachment of sensitive activities on the existing Omata pipeline, and in doing so better protect regionally significant infrastructure as required by the Taranaki Regional Policy Statement. I refer to the example given in my evidence in chief of the proximity of residential properties on Centennial Drive to underground petroleum pipelines as an example of why I consider this amendment is needed. I acknowledge that the proximity in the figure shown in my evidence is an existing situation. Aerial photographs dating back to 1949 show some degree of residential development in the area, along with tanks at the port. However, both the NPSUD and the recently notified Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Bill contain policy direction and provisions that could result in further intensification of residential activities in this area. I note Aaron Edwards in evidence on behalf of First Gas Limited proposes amendments to NUP 7 to include references to gas transmission network and gas transmission sensitive activities. I consider that the proposed amendments are specific to First Gas Limited's requirements and would therefore not provide the relief sought by the oil companies. It's my opinion that the potential reverse sensitivity effects of sensitive activities, including residential activities, locating or intensifying within close proximity to existing gas transmission pipelines, are very similar to those associated with liquid petroleum pipelines. The amendments to NUP7 that I have proposed would provide for both gas transmission pipelines and liquid petroleum pipelines. Turning to Ms. Anderson's evidence around this, I certainly would like it to apply to both new activities and intensification. Obviously, the status quo is what it is and has existing use rights where it's been legally established. But certainly with the pressure for housing development and intensification, I think this is something that could become quite a big issue. So it would be good to have the reverse sensitivity provisions apply more broadly than just to the gas transmission network.
So I've written here that you agree, joining with Ms. Anderson, that application to both new and intensification of existing activities would be preferable. That's your position?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So moving from there, that's all I had on network utilities, and the rest of my evidence relates to transport. Beginning.
So let's take questions on network utilities now.
Okay.
Commissioner
McMahon has some questions.
Ms. Barr, just two from me.
Yes.
The first is the functional relationship between NU R19 and NU R2, and you touched on that earlier when you said that if you didn't comply with NU 19, you'd trigger to NU 2 and probably be a restricted discretionary activity, I think. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, so basically the NUR2 is a catch-all,
yes,
which relates to underground network utilities that don't fit into the liquid petroleum and gas,
yes,
under NUR19. So clarification of the fact that liquid petroleum refers to more than just LPG is important in terms of clarity about where the oil companies' network utilities fit. So if they're all dealt with, all the underground pipelines are dealt with in NUR19, that's great, it's very clear.
yes.
Otherwise, NUR2 would be the catch-all provision. As far as I understand it, NUR1 is above ground structures, NUR2 is below ground, and then NUR18 is above ground for petrol and gas, and NUR19 is below ground.
Yes.
So it's just looking for some clarity about where the oil companies' pipelines fit and which provisions apply, and looking for a bit of guidance through that proposed note to ensure that it's interpreted and implemented in the way that the reporting planner intended for it to be.
Yes, thank you for that. It's a useful summary. The more specific rule from your perspective is Rule 19, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's more implicit rather than explicit that NUR2 is the default rule. It's
yes,
because it comes earlier, and there's no cross references there.
No, so it took us a while to get our heads around the intention there, and that's why we sought clarification in our submission, just to make sure that it was working the way we thought it was. And because we struggled with that, we thought it was sensible to ask for a note to make that clear to future plan users. Because it's easier having a note in the body of the plan than it is to go back to section 42A reports and see what the reporting planner's intent was.
Yes. Interestingly enough, the evidence, the submissions from Mr. Quinn before lunchtime, I don't know if you sat through those.
No.
No, he's relying on Greenmouth's evidence. We'll be hearing from them on Thursday. His focus, interesting enough, was on NUR2.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I don't know whether that was just an unintentional error or whatever. So he sought to add the option of removal or remediation into NUR2 as opposed to NUR19. No, I didn't actually trigger onto that until Ms. Anderson presented on NUR19, and I realised that clause 4 of NUR19 is really the equivalent of Mr. Quinn's new clause 3. So some sort of rationalisation is needed there, and I guess the panel might be looking to the planning experts to get together maybe and try and help us in that respect. And obviously we've got to hear from Greymouth yet, but maybe we might set some direction out in that respect, being inherently lazy ourselves and not wanting to do that ourselves. So that was the first issue. The second one, again, fits into this inherent laziness category, and we're hearing.
Speak for yourself, Commissioner.
I'll be writing the decision on this. I am speaking for myself. Over the course of 4 or 5 submissions today, we've heard about the need to add, or the request to add different terms: gas transmission, pipeline corridors, the distribution corridors, the transmission network, and now clarification around liquid petroleum. And they all relate to the same policies and rules. And again, we might be assisted as a panel if there was some combined review on that from at least the practitioners operating on behalf of the network utilities affected. I'm just sort of trying to ascertain your interest in being involved in such an exercise.
Yes, I'd definitely be interested in that. I think it's a tricky situation in that when you're writing rules like these and policies like these, you either go very broad and just say network utilities, or if you're going to list specific terms, you need to list them all. And I think we're somewhere in between at the moment.
Yes, well clearly each planner that's appearing on behalf of the network utility operators we've heard today in that transmission distribution space have used terms that are particular to their industry. And I'm just a little bit concerned that some of the terms might be contradictory and they might not lead to outcomes for, or when you've indicated one possibility in your evidence. So I guess if that possible, and it's something I perhaps should have raised with First Gas and with Todd and with PowerCo, but you're signalling a willingness or keenness to at least discuss those matters with your infrastructure colleagues.
Yes, yeah, we'd definitely be interested in that. I think we're all in our own way trying to protect our clients' interests in terms of just getting clarity about where they would sit in terms of the provisions of the plan, and making sure that it's very clear in its intent and interpretation so that nobody falls through the gaps and ends up requiring consent where that's not what's really intended by the rules.
Yes, and so that and also that the rules and policies talk to each other, and that there are definitions used where appropriate, so that we get an effective and efficient outcome. That were just the 2 matters I wanted to explore with you on network utilities.
Right.
We'll take a break at 3 o'clock. We've been sitting here for a couple of hours and need a pit stop. So if we could reconvene at 3:15, thank you.
That's fine. Thanks very much.
Yes. Right, we're on for the last shift of the day. Recording's on again, and Megan, we're back with you. Thank you. Right. Welcome back, Megan.
Apologies for the delay. I just had to go and get my laptop charger.
Yes, we only just beat you back, so don't worry too much.
Great.
Right, we're on to the transport topic.
Yes. So I'd like to start with Transport R10 and Transport Table 1 in the area of high trip generator activities and the requirement for independent traffic assessments. So in my evidence in chief, I propose amendments to both Table 1 and Notes 1 and 2 of Rule 10 to provide for both new and existing service stations and to clarify that any ITA should be commensurate to the scale, character and intensity of effects generated by a particular activity. I think it's important to make the distinction between new activities and existing activities, because as proposed initially, any high trip generating activity with no vehicle threshold would require restricted discretionary activity consent to increase the character, intensity and scale of traffic movements. I consider this position fails to recognise that a change in character, intensity or scale is not in itself determinative of an effect. For instance, a change in parking on site brought about by the substitution of conventional parking facilities for electric vehicle parking changes would not have a material effect, but could be interpreted as changing the character of an activity. Similarly, I would not expect the introduction of an additional product or fuel type to a site to materially alter vehicle movements, but I can foresee an interpretation that such a change infringed the rule and required resource consent. I consider the proposed approach should be more targeted, particularly in relation to existing activities. For instance, in relation to existing service stations, the proposed approach could be tied to additional refueling spaces. I note that this is an approach recently reflected in other plans around the country, for instance, through the Whangarei Urban and Services Plan change. In that case, the ITA threshold for existing service stations is an additional 4 refueling spaces per site. I note that Catherine Hepplethwaite in evidence for Waka Kotahi proposes that the list of assessment criteria for ITAs be moved from policy 17 to the notes of Tran R10. I do not agree with or support this proposed amendment. The amendment to Tran R10 proposed by Catherine Hepplethwaite sets an extensive and highly prescriptive list of assessment criteria for ITAs. This does not reflect the reporting planner's advice in the Section 42A report that the scope of an ITA will be informed on a case-by-case basis. I consider that it would lead to a requirement for detailed and complex ITAs to be prepared for every resource consent triggered by Rule 10, irrespective of whether this is commensurate to the activity consent is being sought for. Michael Rossiter in evidence for Waka Kotahi proposes amendments to Table 1, including removing Line 7 service stations and adding additional vehicle movement criteria to Line 20. While I support the removal of service stations as a specifically listed high trip generator activity, I consider that service stations would likely trigger the vehicle movement conditions of the catch-all conditions in Line 20, specifically more than 200 vehicle movements per day and potentially more than 50 vehicle movements in 1 hour. I note that the district plan definition of vehicle movements in line with national planning standards is 1 vehicle movement is a car entering the service station and 1 vehicle movement is a car exiting the service station. So that's essentially 100 vehicles refueling in a day or 25 in an hour. For this reason, I consider that should the hearing panel adopt the amendments to Transport Table 1 proposed by Michael Rossiter, a separate line for existing service stations should still be included in the table as per my evidence in chief. Moving on to Transport Policy 17. In my evidence in chief, I propose an amendment to clause 3 of Transport Policy 17 to remove the reference for the need for road maintenance agreements. I note that the reporting planner agreed in the section 42A report that it is appropriate to remove the reference to road maintenance agreements in clause 3 of Tran P17 and that its retention appeared to be in error. Evidence on behalf of Blue Haven Commercial Limited and Southern Cross Hospitals Limited seeks that clause 3 be removed entirely. I agree with the evidence of Jeremy Brophy on behalf of Blue Haven Commercial Limited and Southern Cross Hospitals Limited on this matter. Clause 3 does not provide certainty regarding when there will be a need for road maintenance agreements, and there are other mechanisms outside of the district plan to provide funding for the maintenance of roads, including road user charges for state highways and rates for local roads. And finally, turning to Transport Policy 16, originally Transport P17, in my evidence in chief, I propose amendments to Transport P16 to recognise that in some circumstances, heavy vehicles will have to use local roads and that it is not practical or feasible to require all activities classed as high trip generator activities to locate on arterial or collector roads. I note that similar relief was sought in the hearing evidence of Southern Cross Hospitals Limited, Greymouth Petroleum Limited and Blue Haven Commercial Limited. I agree with the evidence of Philip Brown on behalf of Blue Haven Commercial Limited that this policy should provide some flexibility to recognise the need for heavy commercial vehicles to access and utilise roads with a classification lower than arterial roads. Thinking about this from the perspective of the fuel companies, the oil companies, many of the existing truck stops and service stations in the network would not be able to access, be able to be accessed for refuelling were heavy vehicles not able to use local roads.
Thank you very much. Megan, I think that's the end of your end.
That's me finished, thank you. Thank you for your time and allowing me the opportunity to speak. I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Barr. Just two questions. The first is a clarification on Tran 10 was R8, I think, in the original notified plan.
Yes.
Is this single change you're asking for, is it limited to the note regarding commensurate with the scale and current intensity, is it?
Yes, that's right. So the concern that we're looking to alleviate with that addition to the note is that as drafted at present, it could be seen, and certainly with the additions proposed by Ms. Hepplethwaite, it could be seen as quite an intensive ITA being required for consents that are triggered over fairly minor changes.
Yes.
So some things that we sort of scoped that could change the nature, scale and intensity of a service station, things like replacing the canopy and upgrading the building itself, increasing the floor area. Yes. So things that would have very little in terms of effect on the roading network or the use of the service station itself, the number of trips generated, could require quite a comprehensive ITA unless it's clarified that there should be some discretion to consider the breadth and scope of the ITA in relation to the actual consent and activity that's being sought for.
So it's a guidance to both the council and the applicant as to the scale of assessment that's required.
Yeah.
Okay. Just for your information, and I don't think it impinges on your submission, but Todd Energy had asked for an alteration to the rule that provided permitted activity status for activities that are lawfully established and are protected by existing use rights. And for example, repair and maintenance activities that involve traffic generation, and they've proposed a new permitted activity rule that duplicates the structure of the discretionary activity rule by splitting it into new and existing activities, but just making it clear for the purposes of Section 9 of the Act that those existing activities that are protected by Section 10 are catered for.
Okay, without seeing the actual wording, that sounds like something that we would be supportive of. It's certainly, it is something that we're looking for, that that very minor things in terms of upgrading facilities without changing the scale or intensity, that would be really good to be able to do in terms of standard repair and maintenance. Yeah, and then for the rest of the guidance, we're just looking to make sure that if a resource consent is triggered by a change, that it's not unduly onerous.
Okay.
Just make a note there, Ms. Barr, that request came through in some legal submissions that we only saw yesterday. So,
okay.
This is one of these cases where evidence is coming through from the lawyers and they can sneak them in half a day before the hearing.
Okay,
so,
I saw that they've...
It's probably just to clarify that. Christine, are those legal submissions online already, or?
Yes.
Yes.
And I think just the last one that we received today is not.
Not.
They are actually there.
Yes. All right, but because you've provided an answer to Commissioner McMahon just on the fly, but if there's anything else you wanted to add after seeing that, you're most welcome to drop us a supplementary note. We just need all the good advice we can get, so that's always an opportunity.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I will look up the Todd Energy legal submission after this and get back to you.
Yes, so for the matter we just discussed, that's Appendix 1 of the Todd Energy legal matter.
Okay, thank you so much.
And the matter we discussed prior to the afternoon tea adjournment was Appendix 2 in relation to NU R2 and NU R19.
Okay, great, thank you.
My final question, Ms. Bowers, must be just getting late in the day. I'm just not sure what you're asking for in relation to Table 1 in terms of service stations. Can you just take me through that?
Yeah, so at the moment there is a line 7 for service stations with no threshold, meaning that any new service station or any change would require resource consent, because they are considered high trip generating activities with no threshold. And so on the basis of that, we prepared evidence requesting that 7 be split into 2 lines, 7A for existing service stations and 7B for new service stations. And we looked at the kind of change triggering an ITA would have to be 4 additional refueling spaces for an existing service station to increase its capacity by 4 additional pumps. And that has come out of a consent order from the Whangarei district plan change. So that was us thinking around how we could set a sort of baseline for triggering resource consent and ITAs for existing service stations. But I know some of the other submissions and evidence have asked for things that could potentially work better.
Yes. Okay. No, thank you for explaining that. And finally, I promise, yesterday we had a discussion about the role of construction works and how that fits into Table 20, and Mr. Steiner was able to clarify that the intention was that construction works are their own item really, and they benefit from the 200 vehicles per day. Yes. It's not part of the composite activity. This can be separated out. Did you have any comment on that at all?
No, so I mean, that sounds like a really practical way of looking at it. And from the oil company's perspective, we weren't too concerned about the construction activities. The way construction works on a fuel site is fairly confined anyway because of the Health and Safety at Work and HAZNO Acts. So it is unlikely that fuel station construction would generate that level of traffic.
Yes, the guidance we've asked the reporting officers on is what is the appropriate policy and rule provision to allow for the production of robust conditions requiring construction traffic management plans to be produced and certified.
Yeah, so are you looking at tying the requirement for a CMTP to a vehicle limit, a vehicle threshold?
At the moment, it's implicit in one of the policies that, there will be a construction traffic management plan. Some people think that's too prescriptive and jumping the gun. Others think it's appropriate. So it's at the policy level.
Yeah,
How it translates into the rule, or I think it is a matter of discretion also.
Jacob, you could perhaps clarify.
Yeah, that's right. So the matters of discretion, the policy is quite prescriptive in itself, and specifies their construction management, traffic management plan, and then the matters of discretion kind of dive into some matters around related to construction traffic. Yeah.
The policy sort of contemplates that there always will be a construction management plan, and the question that we put to the officers is that an appropriate assumption? Should that assumption be transferred to a matter of discretion where necessary, in the same way as your ITA should be commensurate with the scale of the activity? So that was just our very open thinking and thought processes that we presented to the officers.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. I've certainly worked with some local authorities where construction traffic management plans are required almost universally, and some where they haven't been, and there are pros and cons. Some of the worst offenders for not having appropriate construction traffic management safety on site can be just an individual lot having earthworks and retaining and being flattened before a house is built. So I don't think I have a strong opinion. I think I've seen it done both ways, and there are pros and cons. So I'm afraid I can't help you with that one.
That's fine, part of your evidence anyway, so I was just taking the opportunity to question while you're on.
Yeah, I think personally as a planner, I don't have a problem with them being required all the time, as long as they are commensurate to the scale of the activity. So obviously the level of site safety and traffic management required for a 1 lot subdivision is different to a major 500 lot subdivision. But yeah, I think it's something that you don't want to mess around with. It's council's roading network. So I think if that is a policy decision that council's interested in, then it's justified.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Megan. I don't have any further questions. We really appreciate your assistance and your advice in this technical chapter. And I presume we'll be seeing you again in other chapters.
Yes.
So thank you very much again. Very much appreciated.
Thank you for your time again.
Johnston, time has come.
Good afternoon. So I did have one submission point on the net utilities chapter, but I think I pretty much agreed with the outcome. So what I'd like to focus on today is those areas of my evidence where within the transport chapter where I would like to add to or might have a slightly different take on some of the recommendations from the reporting plan. So
if it works for the panel, I just thought I would go through and pull out those particular technicalities of the evidence. So the first one is key issue 3, which is high trip generating activities, rule TREM R8 as it was, TREM R10 as it is in the amended appendix. Again, the thrust of my submission is more to do with clarity of the way in which the rule and the associated matters are written. And so one of the matters that I queried was the use of the term or zero, a zero level threshold. I wasn't quite sure what that related to. Mr. Stenner clarified that that meant that basically those types of activities were triggered regardless of how much traffic they generated. Taking that on board, I've suggested how that rule might be restructured by breaking the table into 2 parts. Part A, which basically includes those activities which have no threshold, and Part B, which includes activities with a threshold. That enabled me to restructure the actual rule itself to address some of the concerns that I had and some of the other submitters that I've heard or read about have with regard to the suggested changes to distinguish between a new and a existing activity. So in paragraph 7, I've suggested that we could, or that council could look at restructuring it so that it makes the distinguish between a newly established high trip generator activity or where there is an existing established high trip generator activity. Not that easy to say at this time of day. But focusing more on, rather than the wording as was included in the amended appendix, on what I thought was the matter of concern, which was basically not that you're changing the scale or significance or those sorts of things, but more that you're actually generating more traffic. So to my mind, that addressed the gist of what the rule was actually trying to achieve, hopefully in a slightly clearer manner, and addressing some of the concerns that other submitters have raised. Incidentally, while I was trying to rewrite the rule, as I've noted at paragraph 10 of my evidence, I'm not sure what the intent of activity 1 was, which is activities in special purpose zones, excluding the future urban zone and the Maori purpose zone, which have no thresholds, which means that any new activities in the airport zone, hospital zone, major facility zone and port zone, as I read it, will require consent under it as written. So that I wasn't quite sure whether that was the intent of that particular activity. And I suggested that in light of the clarification that it wasn't, clarification with regard to the 0 threshold, that perhaps that rule should actually not be in there. Because to my mind, of course you're going to have, why would you get a consent for every activity, new activity in the fence zone or within those other special purpose zones? To me, it seemed like those zones were actually the ones where you can anticipate having higher levels of traffic. So I included paragraphs 10 and 11 to raise that matter with the reporting planner and see whether they could clarify what the actual intent was and whether they agree with the way that I read that law.
Jacob, do you have a response?
Yeah, I think the way that you've read it is correct, that it is to capture those activities in those zones. It'll be useful for Ms. Taylor perhaps to chip in a bit in terms of some of the transportation related effects associated with those. I guess in my mind, it's related to particularly thinking about the likes of what we've heard today about Maki Mangahewa site and places like that, which obviously do generate a high level of traffic. And I suppose if there is those additions or some increase in that traffic, that it's something that potentially will be warranted to have a look at it through that process and through an integrated transport assessment. Megan, do you have anything to add? Yeah.
I suppose the scenario I was thinking of was the existing base hospital site. Was one of these examples I was thinking of. And I know because the location of it, currently it's a very sensitive surrounding area. And I know that from experience working, I do quite a bit of transport work on behalf of the Taranaki Base Hospital. And the effects of the new development going on that site are far-reaching to that local community. And it's not just in the existing situation where it's not just in the case of car movements, vehicle movements, it takes into account the scenario of how everybody is moving around and getting to that site. That site is currently poorly served. It's pretty well documented in the media that it's poorly well served in terms of transport connections. That's the hospital site. Maki site was a site that Jacob and I had discussed because council planners, correct if I'm wrong, Jacob and the resource consenting team and the enforcement officers have received a number of complaints about the operation of that site. And it's, again, located in a primarily rural environment, and the surrounding neighbours are fairly sensitive to the operation of that site. We could probably go through each of the sites in particular and review each of those special purpose sites, not many of them, and confirm that they are quite sensitive to the surrounding environments. But we've got to ensure that they can exist in a sensible manner and not put hurdles in their place. But I think the ones that are coming to the top of my head and how they operate at the moment, it's being very sensitive on those surrounding environments as they currently operate with current construction and changes to those sites. That's the concern at the moment. But I think we can put some more research into how those are currently operating and then just make sure that all of the sites fit into that box. Okay. But yeah, from what the examples I can think of, in particular, yeah, those ones, there should have been more thought put into the transport effects, the wider ranging transport effects with developments on those sites. Yeah.
I guess paragraph 11 is the key of Ms Johnson's evidence there, and that's she basically posed the question, could you dispense with activity 1 and rely on individual activities that are listed between 2 and 20 to deal with it? Because the way paragraph activity 1 is written, every activity in the special purpose zone, regardless of scale and intensity, will trigger the need for will become a high traffic generating activity and trigger the need for an integrated traffic assessment. So is that, I'm planning to, is that the most effective and efficient way of addressing that potential effect, or can we rely on the activities between 2 and 20 to deal with those your hospital, major healthcare activities? Obviously, the trigger there is a floor space area for additions. So that's the sort of analysis that we need to understand.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, that there probably is some areas where they're covered by those other.
So fine tuning. I know of the hospital redevelopment, for example, the motivation behind big part of Project Monga is to upgrade existing facilities. So while they're increasing some floor area, they'll also be demolishing buildings. So there would be some interpretation as to how that gets read and how that gets applied. And I know that as it's, however, while it's under its construction phase, they've lost 300 car parks on site, and there was no requirement currently for a traffic assessment. So in an area that's under pressure at the moment, that surrounding network, you can appreciate why those residents that neighbours to it are slightly upset with the current situation. So yeah,
I didn't interpret table 1 as an unders and overs approach.
I'm just wondering that balance is some thought to
maybe.
Was any new activity that triggered a floor space requirement or vehicle numbers per day that triggered the rule? I mean, the word I've written down there against number one is what's the efficacy of this? So, and that's embodied in section 32. We need to look at alternative ways of dealing with that. Ms. Johnson's just suggesting that there may be what the intent of it was, and is it more appropriately covered by the other listed activities?
If I'm what I'm really concerned about is those ones that don't actually generate any effects but have to get a consent.
Yes.
So, thank you, Councillor, Commissioner Mitchell.
Thank you. Move forward.
So if I move to page 6 and rule trends, trend R6, which is reaches and structures on or adjacent to an indicative road network. I guess the point that I was trying to make with this rule was the way that I read it. And I know that Mr. Stenner's actually nodding, which is always a good sign from this side of the table. That it was open to interpretation, that I felt that it could be reworded in the manner that Trend R7 had been reworded to make it clearer that it's when you go over those standards that the rule kicks in, and that it didn't pick up anything that was intended to be permitted. So I've suggested that the structure of the rule be reworded in a manner similar to what Mr. Stenner suggested for the setbacks relative to railway networks, so that it would be consistent. To my mind, it's the same issues. You're concerned about ensuring that things don't actually adversely affect the operation of those areas. With indicative roads, you're trying to make sure that they don't impact on the ability to put that indicative road through in future. In paragraph 26, I did query about why, as I read the rule, it's acceptable to construct a structure at a distance of 20 metres from an indicative road network, where that structure is located on an adjacent site, but where you have an indicative road or pathway within an allotment, which was the way it was worded at within the plan is notified, within an allotment containing an indicative road transport network, that no matter how far away you are from the road, you got picked up. So I included an appendix to illustration example where I found one of those. So I've suggested some amended wording to, again, like I said, make it consistent with what's been done for the railway, and also to make it clear that the intent of the rule, as I understand it, is to apply a 20-metre setback. So that's that rule.
Any questions, David?
No.
I think it's clear.
Cool.
Any feedback initially, Jacob?
Yeah, I'll cover a lot of this off in my right reply next couple of days, but there's some really good points coming through from Ms. Johnson's evidence that I'm absolutely taking on board and acknowledge.
Thank you.
So page 7, paragraph 32, we're talking about rule trend R9, and I would say I've used the original numbers. Vehicle access points onto a state highway. So my submission related to the fact that the actual rule related to state highways, including limited access roads, but the standards didn't include reference to limited access state highway roads. And I am aware that Waka Kotahi have made a submission on this as well, and I've went through the evidence that was provided for that. So Mr. Stenner in his section 42A recommended some changes. I understand from reading the Waka Kotahi evidence that there may be some additional changes that come out of a discussion between the parties. and that they recommended the potential to just remove reference to trans S1 from the actual rule could address that. I did question whether you could actually go a bit further and whether there was even a need to include limited access roads within the district plan, given all the requirements and the hurdles that you have to jump through for limited access roads under the Government Road Powers Act. I know under the operative district plan we didn't include any rules because it was adequately covered under, I think it was the Transit Act at the time. It relates to, does the district plan add anything that those other bits of legislation actually address, or is it a double up? I accept that there may be, this is not particularly, I'm not particularly okay with it totally, so just submitted for Waka Kotahi maybe able to provide some clarity on whether they consider that it could be removed or should be retained. So again, I've suggested some amended wording. I've included what I think I would like to see, which includes removing reference to limited access roads from that. And I've also clarified that it's traffic generation from a site shall be no more than 60 kilometres per day. I also think that there's a part of Trans S1 that could be removed because it's clear from the actual diagram and the table what the requirements are. So I'm a fan of getting rid of excess wording if you also can. Any questions? No? Probably the biggest changes that I'm asking for are in terms of the fixed standard trend S22, which are the requirements for the right of way. And I guess I just wanted to clarify that what I'm trying to achieve by my submission is to get the standard understandable, or what the requirements are, particularly as the way that the NZS 4404 is written, it doesn't always necessarily align neatly with the district plan. It also has areas of discretion in it, which when you're trying to establish the standard that triggers your requirement for a consent or not, doesn't really work. So for example, I know in 4404, the carriageway width could be 2.5 or 3 metres in some instance, so which triggers consent. So I was trying to get a level of certainty, both within the actual rule itself and also where there are formation things that are included in the standard to actually get a clear reference between the two documents. So I've again suggested some rewording, and I accept that I'm not a traffic engineer, but I do use district plans quite a lot, and I do look at NZS 4404 quite a lot. So that's my understanding of what the rules should be and what the references should be, and there may be that some of those need to be modified slightly if my understanding is incorrect.
Yes, we've already signalled that we'd like some more thought given to the way those standards are being used in the plan. So taking on to that, and we'll be reporting back on to us just to make it crystal clear is what we need, not cross-referencing standards that have discretion within them, which is just going to cause a nightmare for applicants and the council. Yes, so
there's quite a mismatch in terminology as well, which I found a little bit confusing.
But it's all helpful. We for the right sweet spot in terms of detail and yeah, we're a plan of your experience is just struggling to actually work it out. It's good to raise and get things off the best way we can. Thank you.
So the last one I wanted to raise was ruled trend R2, which is the height of structures within the flight path surface. When I had a look at my submission, I'd raised a couple of examples about where energy, the energy S3 standard and the chapters were mismatched, one of which was trans S2. But the actual mismatch applies more than just across those, and I'm suggesting that it's more appropriate to speak to that mismatch as part of the energy hearing. The only matter that I did raise, and I'm aware that this goes further than my submission, but it caused me a level of concern, was that there was something that arose for me out of Mr. Stennon's comments in regard to his submission point, where he notes that energy S3 and trend R2 have different purposes, and that the purpose of trend R2 is to protect flight path surfaces, essentially, aircraft taking off and landing. And so you have the cross that is on the planning maps, if you like, that's divided into 4 parts, and each of those have their own height standards, 2 metres, 4 metres, 8 metres and 12 metres. But that over and above that, you could actually add an additional 5 metres for a chimney, for example. So some of my submissions have been on how there are inconsistencies between chapters and whether those inconsistencies are intended or whether they are accidental, I guess. And one of the things that I thought about with this rule was, should those exemptions even be there, given the intent is to control the height of structure? It may be that those exemptions should be there because they're controlled by other legislation. I know that there's a civil aviation reference, which requires lighting and the like. But if we made the change from the operative district plan, where it was an absolute, to the proposed district plan, was that change intentional? So I just wanted to raise that as a matter that the council might like to have a look at.
So that's one with some dialogue with the other reporting planners.
Yeah, I think so. Good.
And that is me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Your submissions around planning practice area really are, yeah, very, very useful. So thank you again, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Right, the end of day 2. And just from a staff point of view, are there anything to follow up or discuss that you can think of?
Anything that we're outstanding that you're waiting on at the minute? No.
Just Jamie, one thought, you would have heard Commissioner McMahon talk about whether there might be a need to get together with the utility planners. Have a think about that. I think we'll be guided by you. If you're all over it and you're thinking that you know, a lot of the ideas are useful and you might take them on board, let us know. But if you do think in terms of just your job, which we're going to rely on you quite a lot in terms of what to reply, whether you think it might be useful to conference on some matters, we can come back to at the end of the hearing and write a reply. I think quite often it is a really good practice and does assist when there's so many different competing, not really competing interests. Quite a lot, they're mainly aligned, but if you're feeling confident that you're all over it, we'll take some guidance from you on that concept.
Yeah, I'll have a think about that. I think the key issue is that the link between the policies and the rules, with the rules only applying to the gas transmission pipeline corridor, including the relief sought by some of the submitters kind of would create a bit of a disconnect there. So yeah, I'll have a think about that and I'll come back with my position in the verbal right of reply and whether that would be useful.
Yes.
Great.
Great. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attendance. And Casey, I'm gonna, still listening in, Casey, I'm going to impose on you again. If you can just finish our day for us with a karakia.
Sure, thanks. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia I te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, tinako, te tinana, te wairua I te ara takatū, koia rā I rongo waka irihia a ki kirunga, kia wātia, ai rā wātia, upai māriri.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll see everyone, or not everyone, some of you again at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
You too.